Are they here yet? Oh, wait, somebody's here. Hi! 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 Look, they're here! They're here! Hi! 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 Oh, look! Yay! People are here! Hi! Woohoo! Let the worship begin! Woohoo! Hello, everybody! How you doing? Hi! Hello! Welcome in, everybody! Oh, look at them! They're a beautiful rainbow! Oh, yes! Hello! Hello, everybody. How you doing tonight? Hello. We'll let people get into the door. Listening to music and got a note. Well, thanks for coming and hanging out with us. I love listening and jamming to music. The only thing that's bad about it is that I really can't dance. And when I really get into grooving, like, I always end up finding myself like, do, and I'm like vibing and I'm dancing around. And the next thing I know, I'm looking like a total dork. It's fine. Water in the face hole. Thank you. Pookie ate cookie. I had to look at that one a minute. So West Nightmare, what kind of music were you listening to? Hey, Turtle. You had zebra cakes today. Nice. Hey, Angel, how you doing tonight? And you had rainbow cakes? Eric's chats, what's rainbow cakes? I don't... Are they like zebra cakes, but like rainbowed? I feel like I'm missing out on a kind of cake out there. Hey, Ads, how you doing tonight? Oh, well, zebra cakes for a birthday party sounds like a fabulous way to go. I mean, then you don't have to, like, it's almost like giving out cupcakes for a party. It's so much, like, more convenient. Everybody gets their own contained little cake, and yeah, I've always thought, like, cupcakes were a better idea than a big cake, but man, zebra cakes, I'm digging that idea too. And I'm vibing with this new straw. I'm loving it. My sensory world has improved, like, hugely. It's amazing what little things can make life better. So thank you, Miss Raj. I like my new straws. Yeah, and no fighting on who gets the bigger slice. Exactly. Like, cupcakes and, like, zebra cakes, they're all, like the same. And let's face it, I can't cut a cake to save my soul. Like, the art of, like, cutting and serving a cake and actually, like, scooping it out of the dish and getting it to somebody's plate in an intact fashion is not a skill set that I have ever achieved. So, like, cupcakes and, like, are contained. You just sort of, like, grab it and, like, whoop, whoop, done. All one piece, just ready to go. I have, my odds are much improved. Like, it isn't a guaranteed thing that it'll get you your plate in, like, intactitude, but, you know, the odds are definitely better than if I have to cut a chunk out of a cake and, like, scoop it off a plate and precariously spatula it to your plate. Like, the spatula delivery plan by my hand is always sketch. Always. Like, that's dangerous. You might not get your cake. Yeah. So, I mean, there's lots of things that I think are reasons that I think that the whole cupcake plan is amazing. And, I mean, zebra cakes is also a great plan because you don't have to make them. They're just like... And if you don't eat them all at the party, they're, like, already, like, wrapped and ready for saving for later. I mean, so... Yeah, I'm thinking this is a great idea. Well, happy birthday, Sunny. I hope that you have a fabulous day and that you get celebrated in the way that best suits your style. Because I used to always say, I hope you have an exciting day. And then I, like, got older. And now I'm like, I don't want an exciting day. I just want, like, a boring, chill day. Because for better or worse, excitement in my life usually means that, I don't know, something's on fire. It usually means that something undesirable is happening. Excitement usually equates to not a good thing in life. So... yeah, this point in my life, I'm really, really, like, I like the quiet, boring days where it doesn't require a super bunches of spoons and you can just vibe with your people. And yeah, I've gotten to this weird point where I'm like, stay home all day, every day. Yeah, that's fine. When I was, like, in my adolescence, even up into my 20s, probably even up in my 30s. I think I would have gotten stir crazy staying home for a week. And now I've been stay home working for over a month now. And I have left the house for appointments and that's about it. And I'm just like, yep, I could just be in my house all the time. That's totally fine. Like, I don't need to go anywhere. That's and then the days that I'm supposed to go out for my appointments, it's like, do I really need to go out there and get my nails done today? And then I look at my nails. Yeah, I do, but like, but it's like out there, like outside, where it's like people-y and where there's like noise and stuff. And it's like, yeah, so I don't know what like changed in life, but whew. Thanks, Sunny. My hair is like, I don't know. It defies gravity. Like, it's just like, gravity? I don't need no stinking gravity. Hey, Boob Snooter. Meow. How are you? I mean, I will say today my hair is sort of laying down. But there are definitely days that my hair just goes, whew. And I'm like, you know hair that gravity exists, right? And my hair is like, nah. I don't need your stinking gravity. It's gaming day, finally a day of rest. How was the rest? How was the rest for you? I had a pretty good day today. Like in the morning, I worked with the program to try to learn how to do video editing and minimize the learning curve. I'm still struggle busing with that, but I have like one video that actually got done edited, and that one I think turned out okay. And gaming day, as in like, you get to play D&D today? Oh. What kind of gaming today? When I say it's game day, it's always D&D day. So I just like assume that's what other people mean when they say game day, and then I realize that might not be what they mean. Hey Jaden, welcome to the Dazzle. You saw the video? Yeah. Well, thank you for coming and checking us out after seeing the video. Well, thank you, Funky Boy. I appreciate that. I appreciate the support. I love having you guys here. It's been awesome having, like, people to hang out with and talk to, so yay! I've dedicated one day a week where I have no to-do list, and I get to not be an adult. Boob snooter. That sounds like a fantastic way to engage in self-care. Love it. I definitely approve of, if you are in a position that you can afford to have a I'm not going to be an adult day. I love sneezes. They're like my favorite. Oh, thank you. Krasko? Watering the face hole. Thank you, Rasco. And Jaden? Oh, I try not to, like, snot on you guys. But man, I'm telling you, my allergies or whatever it is if I've been late have been... Ooh. Yes, I have seen you in the stream before. I just always want there to be a Y in your name. I always want to call you Crazy Cole. But there isn't, like, a Y there. But my brain wants to keep putting a Y in your name. What's my favorite D&D session that I've had? Oh, Funny Funky Boy. That's hard to say. We've had a lot of crazy sessions. It is pronounced Crazy Cole. Okay, good. Then I can just put that Y there. I can just draw the Y in my brain and it's fine. Excellent. Because I keep wanting to put it there. And I'm like, yeah, but there's no Y or even an I. There's my concrete brain for you. So it's I don't know if there's like a single most favorite. I will say that I love Ultra Modern more than I like D&D. I really do like D&D. I like role playing in general. I've done a lot of different types of systems. We used to go to a convention and we used to be the role playing chairs. We used to help run it, set it up. So I used to have the really cool experience every year of getting to play a lot of different systems with a lot of different styled DMs. And it was a nice way of kind of trying things out and seeing what game styles I really liked and which ones I didn't. And I'm really glad that I had that experience. Hey, Scotty C, welcome to the Dazzle. How are you doing? I'm doing pretty good. Well, Popcat, tonight is a chat night, so we're just chilling and chatting and talking about stuff. Right now, we're talking about role-playing. So I currently am in D&D for Ultramodern 5, which is a system that uses D&D 5th edition as its foundation, and then it expands on that rule set to allow you to use modern and futuristic technology in conjunction with magic. So you end up with this, like, you can either go completely sci-fi rules, you can go completely modern day rules, or what my world is a mixture where you can have a wizard who is dual wielding pistols while throwing fireballs. You know, I love this stuff. I really love the worlds that like mix technology and magic. And there is a term for that type of genre, but I can't think of what it's called right now. I'm looking it up so I can like. Because it bugs me that I don't remember it. And of course it's not coming up. Oh well. I guess I'm just gonna have to say that I don't remember. And a husky hat. Alright, husky hat it is. Only if I can find him in the bucket. Oh yeah, Boob Snurter. It does. It absolutely opens up all kinds of like fun, interesting dynamics that you can do. You can do stuff that's like I just totally X-Files, like where you have strange events and you have a group of people who go and investigate it. I personally really like that. I use that trope a lot where I will have like a team of people that are assigned to investigate and handle these supernatural and magical events and keep them under control and in check. So it kind of it takes on that kind of X-Files feel where you've got this specialized team that's going out into the world, and they have to like figure out what's going on and figure out if it's magic related or if it's something else, and deal with whatever it is that's out there. So I like that. So there's been some good moments in both D&D and I'm trying to think of like what are some of the best moments. I don't know, Miss Roch, what are some of the best moments in our Ultramodern campaign? Oh man, I really have enjoyed the characters that my players are playing. The premise of this is that all of them are people who have had genetic modifications in some fashion or variety. So we've got a character who is Wanna Russell was pretty good. So Miss Roch's character has been spliced with like ape or monkey DNA. We haven't really specified, but he's walking around and looking kind of like more apish than man, and he is a hand-to-hand strength-based character that has like no charisma skill set whatsoever, like none. And they come across this Ettin, which is like this two-headed giant. I think it was an Ettin. I know for sure it was a giant. In any case, he just like, wanna wrestle? And this giant gets all delighted because he does like competition. That's like one of the random traits that I rolled for this character, was that he really enjoys competitive games and accepts challenges. So him saying, "Want to wrestle?" This giant's like, "Yeah, I really want to wrestle." So he makes this friend because he like outstrengths a giant. And I'm just like, oh my goodness, you have no charisma whatsoever, but you make friends by out wrestling them. All right, that's fun. Yeah. I've been thinking on getting into D&D, but I'm nervous, but my friends say I have the imagination. Any tips? Well, funny funky boy. So this is what I have to say about D&D is that there isn't any right or wrong way to do it as long as everybody's having fun. So, it's just like any other skill set. Get in there, try it. I mean, it's as long as you have a supportive group, it's going to be a really wonderful experience because even if your skill set in role playing isn't great when you first start out, don't worry about it. You're going to learn those skills as you go. And I will say that I, as a DM, hands down love role playing. I encourage my players to role play, and I encourage my characters to take on quirky, interesting characters that have, realistic backstories and realistic mixtures of traits. Like you've got Mr. Archer's character that's got like literally no charisma. Like his charisma's in the toilet, and he's this big, strong, tough character that's just really snarky and blunt, and that's why his charisma is so low. So I love that. And yet he's got these really good traits of being like super loyal and dependable. So if you take these characters and you role play them to the best of your ability, I think that every DM is going to appreciate, the effort that you're putting in, and it's something that you get better with in time. And I think things to keep in mind when you're role playing is that first, aim for consistency of character. So when you make a decision about what your character is going to do, think about who your character is, what their motives are. So when you're writing your character's backstory, it's really important for you to develop what their life goals and what their morals are, so that when you have them make decisions, you can make those decisions based on that core moral value set that they have. Do they think that it's more important to work towards the individual values, or is the community more important? That kind of stuff. So the more of those kind of questions you explore in your character, the better able you're going to be able to make decisions for your character in the future. And consistency is what's most important. The second thing is that you don't have to be a voice actor or really an actor of any kind. There's nothing wrong with saying, oh, well, my character is doing this thing, and just describing it out if that's where your skill set is at this point. And if you are going to just like dive in and take on that kind of first person role and just talk in the voice of your character, that doesn't mean that you have to voice act your character. Like most tables don't expect that. So don't look at these critical role streams and those kinds of things and expect that anybody at your table is going to be that kind of player. We're not voice actors. We don't, my goblin voices aren't that great. It's the best I got. In fact, I will say that my voice acting is absolutely terrible. I'm really not good at it. So I think those two big things is just focusing on consistency, and spend a good amount of time building your characters so that you know who they are. Spend the time with those backstory questions about what their history is, and it doesn't mean that you need to like use your history in the context of the story or not. You can give it to your DM, and the DM can use those as hooks or not as they choose. But the more you know about your character's history, the more you're going to know about how they do things. Like I have a character that's playing in a D&D group. He's a little goblin. His name is Thokum, and he was raised as an orphan, and he was abandoned, and he was really abused as a kid. And so he ended up as a street urchin, and he ended up in this like rabble of street kids, and they were the only family that he had. So now that he's an adult goblin, he still values this group on the street, and he feels like they need to be protected. So when children are threatened, when street people are threatened, those he considers those his people, and so he's motivated to take on that quest, so to speak. So knowing that history, you're never going to have to convince Thokum to save the children or save the street people. That's just who he is. He's going to do it. You won't even have to pay him. He's just going to be like, yes, we have to help these people. Gonna water the face hole. Thank you, the school guy. And how you doing, school guy? Welcome to the Dazzle. By the way, I found your Twitch from top 10 wholesome streamers. And where is that list at? Oh my. I don't think I'm ever going to get used to the label of being a wholesome streamer. I mean, I don't object to the label. That it doesn't offend me. It's just my brain is just like, what? People think I'm wholesome? That's strange. I am having a great day. Hello, dude, Dragonleaf. How are you? Welcome to the Dazzle. And we are doing great. So yeah, I think that a lot of things that new players, especially like new full groups, like if you're developing a whole new group of D&D together, all like as a new unit, I think things that people get too hung up on is worrying about whether or not they're doing it right is the first thing. Don't worry about it. If it works for you and your group and you're having a great time, you're doing it right. Because it's a game. And there's really only one objective to role-playing, and that is to have a good time with a group of people that you can build friendships with if you don't already have those friendships. And if you have friendships, that you can, like, foster a greater friendship and have those cool moments together. So, I mean, I think that there's a lot of focus on, like, doing it right, and you can't really do it wrong. It's just, if you're having a good time, you're doing it right. Well, the school guy, I hope you have a fabulous day at school. And it's still weird to me to, like, be like, have a good day at school. It's like 6:30 at night here. And I mean, I know that people are coming from all over the world, but it still makes my brain go, what? So, Funny Funky Boy, do you have a group that you're looking at joining, or are you looking at joining groups online? Well, we're streaming at the same time tomorrow there, school guy, if you want to join us then. Okay, cool. Well, if you ever, like, want to join groups, there are lots of, like, really cool, easy ways to find groups online if you're looking at joining online groups. It can be harder to form a group with your friends in person because, well, you know, you have to, like, have people in your personal life who share the interests of role playing, who share a schedule with you. But with the growing interest in role playing and the technology resources now, there's so many ways to find groups online. I find Roll20 to be one of the easier ways. You know, you make a Roll20 account and then you can, like, just look for people who are looking for players and talk to the DM and be like, hey, I wanna play. I am playing Call of Duty Cold War. Nice, Crazy Cole. Are you liking the game? And I think that some of the things to remember about like role playing and having good, solid role playing groups that last over time is that it's really important to communicate with each other, just like any group of friends. But I think that with role playing, we kind of take it from the perspective of it's a game and therefore there's really nothing to talk about. But I think that it's important that you establish whatever social conventions you have at your table, whether that table is virtual or real life. Many people have now what they call session zero, which is before the campaign starts, they'll have a chat with people about what the table expectations are. You know, are you going to have general table talk, or is it just the people who are actively, you know, your turn talking and everybody's trying to be like quiet besides that? Or is there going to be a group where there's lots of banter back and forth, you know, to kind of establish those things and establishing what kinds of topics are okay to bring up in the role playing and which ones are not. And that will vary based on each group. Like, are you the group that's really comfortable with a really violent campaign and, you know, lots of, you know, hack and slash battle? And when you get into battle, are you going to want to really describe what happens, or are you just going to kind of want to, hit him? You know, so the more of those kinds of conversations you can have ahead of time and kind of establish rule sets at your table, I think in general, the better that you will do. And there will always be things that kind of come up, you know, and address them as they're happening. And if somebody's having, you know, behaviors that's disruptive to the group or just frustrating the group, you know, making sure that you have those difficult conversations and bring up to people and be like, hey, this is frustrating, and will help keep the group together over time. So I think that that's the other thing that people don't realize. And I think it's one of the biggest reasons that in-person campaign groups don't last over time, is that they don't have those conversations. They just dive in. And that's one reason why online groups are easier, because you can like dive in for that session, have a session, and then you don't have to worry about like ever seeing these people again. So sometimes online is the easier way to get started. Do I like art? Yes. Bob Ross is amazing, by the way. Yeah, I absolutely love art. I find art to be very therapeutic. I find art to be an absolutely wonderful creative outlet for emotional processing. My only catch-22 with art is that I tend to be the creative chaos machine, and it kind of explodes everywhere. And yes, I've absolutely done art. I probably go more into the world of crafting more often than arting, but I definitely have done both. I draw, I paint, I crochet, I do a lot of mixed media art. So you'll see canvases that have things, you know, painted and glued, and take your pick. There's just all kinds of random stuff in them. I sew, you know, make stuffed animals. I really love the creative process. I make cats. So yeah, I really, really love art. And I really love making things. Yeah. I think that my most consistent art forms over the years has definitely been crochet, sewing, and painting. I think are the three that I always kind of come back to. But my ADHD definitely is like, oh, I'm going to try this thing out. So I will often take jaunts into a new craft and try things out for a while, and then go on to the next thing, and just constantly cycle through into this like little excited gremlin fashion. And yeah, so there's that. And unfortunately that means that I have this weird art hoard, and yeah, there's that. The art hoard is always a challenge. I always have to like look at myself and say, how realistic is it that you will ever use this? What's the best online D&D? Best as in like best platform to use? I mean, I think there's a lot of tabletop programs that are fantastic. I personally use Roll20. I find it to be a really good introduction level for like people like myself that are not super computer savvy. It doesn't have a lot of complex layers. I mean, it'll let you do complex things, but the interface is not super difficult to learn. So I really liked Roll20, but there are plenty of other virtual tabletops out there that will let you do the same things, and often there's some of them that will let you do more. That's the one that our group uses. That's the one that I use when I DM. And the things that I like about it is that the interface is really straightforward. I like that they are constantly talking to their community and looking at adding features and changing features in the way that the community is using it. So I really like how involved the development team is with their community. So I really, really like that. I like that they have a asset store that you can just like get things from. Things that I don't like is that if I build a map in Roll20, I can't just download that map to use somewhere else, like posting it onto my World Anvil. So there's definitely some limitations, and any assets that you have within that system are locked into that system. You can upload extras, but anything you buy in that you can't like use somewhere else. So there's those issues. And it does, yeah, like Miss Rutch say, have a lot of compatibility with a bunch of different RPG systems. It has character sheets that are right in the virtual tabletop. I like that. It also has it will talk with yep, the D&D one, which I just totally D&D Beyond. So I like that. That is not always the case with the assets. Oh, okay. That I've never seen where I can like download my assets from them. Oh, there's an extension. Okay, so I guess you just have to be more computer savvy than I am. And again, this is where I go back to I'm not super great with computers and computer programs. So my complaints could be just my lack of knowledge in how the program works. That's definitely a possibility. But my biggest complaint about it is that it doesn't have a map downloader. Like if I build this map in Roll20, I feel like I should then be able to save an image of that map onto my computer. So I, then can put it on my World Anvil where I have my adventures and my world and all that, and be able to just have it because I built it. That's not a thing. However, that's really hit and miss as to whether or not that's an option in virtual tabletops. And most of the virtual tabletops that let you do that require you to have a paid account. One of the things that's nice about Roll20 is that they have a free version and a paid version. And if you're going to be a player, you don't really need a paid version really at all. The paid versions are really much more aimed at the people who are DMing. So yeah, I will also say that I'm kind of biased in that that's the virtual tabletop I have the most experience with. And hello, Lily, how are you tonight? I mean, and the thing to keep in mind is that you don't need really much of anything to do role playing. You really just need the core rule book. You don't have to have minis and maps, and you don't have to have like a lot of these assets and things. They make it nice and they make it easier to visualize what's going on, but you really can do it just in the theater of the mind. So I think that's the other thing to keep in mind when you're getting into role playing, is that it's really easy to drop hundreds of dollars, thousands of dollars in all the books and all the figures and all the maps and all the things and all the dice and the little collectory things. There's lots to spend your money on when you get into role playing. But the reality is that you only need the core rule book of whatever system that you're going to be playing, and everything else from that is just extra. Like you don't need to chase all those other things. It is so easy to fall very far down the rabbit hole. Oh, yes, it is, Boop Snooter. And this is why I try to tell beginners right up front that you don't have to buy these things. So if you're going to start out as a new player, like really give yourself time to find out whether or not this is a hobby that you're going to invest in over a lifetime. Like, we literally have whole shelves dedicated to role-playing books. We have Goblin Horde. We're goblin dice collectors. Like, we have tubs of dice. We have I don't know, whatever you want to call them, little buckets of figures. And I mean, we've definitely sunk lots of money into this over the time. I mean, however, it's also one of our core hobbies. This is like something that we do a lot. So for us, it makes sense that we're spending money on it to make this experience better. But if it's not something that you're going to be doing a lot, like we've been role playing for like 20 years, and we try to keep a session going at least once a week. Like right now we're in 3 different games, so that we are playing literally twice a week because one game alternates. I'm or something to that effect. It's crazy, but we've got lots of time invested in this. So if you're at that level, great, like pick up a thing here and there. But when you're first starting out, you don't need to spend all that crazy money, and for the most part, the DM will be able to provide you with everything that you need, and you can just try it out and not even spend any money on it. The last DM I met had a book of a whole language he'd created for his RPG game. Yes, Boop Snooter, us world builders. I am a world builder. I have not created a whole new language, but I have absolutely filled books and books and books full of world building. I've since switched to using World Anvil for my world building, but I am definitely a world builder, and yeah. I've got to play a lot with Roll20 during the pandemic, and it's pretty amazing. Got every tool to run a cool game: music, maps, miniature shadows, multiple campaigns, and text box to write storylines and stuff. Yeah, Call of Lucho. I really like it. Like, I feel like it's a pretty self-contained tabletop system. It's really great set of assets for people, especially if you're beginners. And it's really easy to find like pre-made packages of things if you're not the kind of DM like me who wants to like build your whole world and write your adventures. You don't have to do that. Like, I struggle bus with making maps. Like, I don't have the spatial awareness to like know where things should be and all that. I can literally spend days on a map and not really end up with anything functional. So I tend to like use the pre-made assets that are out there, but like write my own adventures and create my own NPCs and create my own worlds and blah blah blah. So I like that Roll20 is set up so that you can be that whatever level of DM and whatever style of DM you want to be. I think it's really good at supporting that. I couldn't stop collecting stuffed animals for the longest time. Yeah, Lily, it's really easy to fall into the collector habit. And then when people know that you're collecting a thing, it seems like they just want to give you stuff in that. So I have this problem with pigs. I bought myself a stuffed pig, oh, I don't know, 20 years ago. And then, like, got myself some, like, house items that were pig themed. And, like, over a couple years, got myself a, you know, I don't know, 10, 15 pig items. And then I was like, yeah, I got my pig stuff. And then everybody's like, oh, she's collecting pigs. And then, oh my goodness, everybody and their brother was buying me pig things. Like, I just had an influx of pig stuff. Like, pig everything. So I think that that's the other challenge, is if you start collecting things, like, other people help you with your collection when it comes time for, like, Christmases or birthdays, or they just see it so they get it for you, and it's like, For a lot of systems, there are free intro guides to the system to try to hook you, so you could try them without having to spend any money. Yeah, Miss Rush. Yeah, that starter book. Like, I know D&D has that. I know Pathfinder has that. Yeah, there's a lot of them out there that have the little starter packs. If you want to be a DM, you know, they have those. And most of the time, if you're a player, you legit don't need to buy anything. Like, if you come to one of my ultra modern games, I am going to have the books. I'm going to have, like, all the assets that you need, and give you access to those assets. You're not going to need to buy anything to join my game. And that's how most DMs are. They're going to be able to provide you the assets and access to the assets that you need in order to play their game. So that's something else to keep in mind as a player, is that most of the time you don't need to have anything purchased. And that's something that if you're going to get into an online game, that before you join the group, you should talk to the DM and ask them, are you providing the assets? Am I going to need assets? If I need assets, what things should I need to purchase? And, you know, just kind of have that expectation up front. But I personally think that really check things out and give it a real good go before you start investing any money in it, because you really don't need to spend money to play role-playing games. Like, you can really do it without spending a dime. There's so many online systems that are free. There's the free base rule set that you can literally run just on that. I mean, that being said, I definitely invest and you buy the assets, but not when you're starting out. You know, play for a while, you know, before you start sinking your money in it. Companies want you to get right into it. It's not in their favor to make it expensive and full on the first time you dip your toe in. Oh yeah, Boob Snooter. They make it this little stack on micro purchases, so it doesn't seem like, oh, I'm not spending much. Like, the little starter, you know, base book is like, oh, it's only $20. That's not bad. And then this adventure is only like $5, and these dice are only like 10, and then by the time you like look at all of these smaller purchases, it's really easy to add up to $100-$200. That's all I'm cautioning. Is that while it's most of these items, not all of them, there are some really expensive items in role-playing, but most of the time, you're looking at things that are not super expensive. They're priced fairly achievably. But cumulatively, as you like get more things, you know, over time, or even if you're trying to like collect all the books or whatever, you can really easily sink a lot of money into it. So I think that it's just something to kind of decide what kind of gamer you're going to be. I finally felt well enough to finish a project I've been working on today. Oh, Lily, I'm glad that you are feeling better. Yay! And yay for finishing projects. Those are also like happy days when you get to finish something that you've been working on for a while. I love that. Love that so much. I mean, we're way past dipping our toe in. We're like up to here and maybe over our heads. I don't know. I think we're up to our eyeballs in role playing stuff. I mean, we have like a like big Cthulhu figure and dragon, and we've got I don't even know how many minis and maps, and I don't even know. I don't even know. We've got a bunch of shit. And it's all amazing stuff, and I love it all so much. And you know, it is fine. We've only spent money we could afford. It was always just our play money. And we've never like put it before our needs. We've always kept it in perspective that these are just wants. So I do think we've done fine with it. The only challenge that we run into is that we have to keep our collection of D&D and role-playing stuff to a reasonable size so that it will fit in our apartment. Or maybe we just need a role-playing house. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe that's what we need. Maybe we need a house dedicated to role-playing. That would be amazing. RP warehouse, right? Like just like a shed or one of those storage units where they like indoor control the climate and everything, and we just like have that storage unit and keep all of our stuff there so that it stays safe. I mean, oh my goodness, I can't even imagine. I mean, it would be so difficult to like access and use any of it that, oh my goodness. So I'm thinking like an RP house so that you can just like have all the walls lined with bookshelves and then have like tables where you can play games. And yeah, I'm thinking RP house. I built an outdoor jungle gym for my cats out of scrap materials that were lying around. Nice. I bet that your cats are loving that, Lily. And it's super good for them. An RP she shed. Yeah, instead of the she shed or the man cave, have the RPG shed. You know, we just like build a like outbuilding behind the house and like fit it out with like all shelves and a big table. Yeah, that would be amazing. Yeah. Yeah. Like I have this like dream house in my head, and it definitely involves a really big room for gaming, like with lots of shelves so that all of the board games and RPG collections could have a nice, neat, tidy home and safe home, and we could have like a really cool gaming table and yeah. You know, for the when I am the rich imagination days, you know, because yeah, we're not even at the point that we can own a house, let alone one with like huge game rooms. But you know, it's fine. Like, but, you know, if you're going to dream, you might as well go all in and dream everything. Like, what's the point of having a imaginary fantasy make-believe house that's only, like, half of what you want? Like, you might as well, like, if you're going to sit there and have a fantasy about an amazing house, you might as well go all in and think about, like, all the things. Please share pictures of them enjoying it when they do. Oh, yeah, I agree, ads. I would love to see pictures of the kitties. I mean, there's a reason there's a pet channel on the Discord. I love seeing everybody's furry friends. Can't talk, it's fine. And yeah, like, seeing them enjoy like a cool gay like jungle gym thing you made, that would be amazing. I think that's a cool thing to do for your pets. And we'll just ignore the fact that I can't talk. Like, it's fine. We're on a like we'll just chat stream with somebody who can't like make English. It's fine. The only thing my dogs are doing lately is enjoying the heater, sleeping right in front of them. Ads, I can totally vibe that. Like, I will not judge your dogs for that, man. It has been cold, and there are definitely days that I'm like, why am I not curled up in front of the heater, just like cocooned, toasty roasty in front of the heater? Like, I don't know. Seems like your dogs are wise creatures. Like, when it's cold out, that sounds like a great place to be. Usually what ends up is I just like add layers, like end up being in my zebra hoodie, because that thing is like walking around with a huge fluffy blanket. I love it so much. Yeah. I had no idea when I bought it that it was going to be so warm, but I'm glad that I did. It's been great for winter. It's definitely nothing that I'm going to be able to wear over the summer without like baking my brains out. That is something that I've been thinking about in context of all my hats. I'm going to have to come up with some summer hats, because I'm realizing that the majority of my hat collection, that if it gets to be 90 degrees out, I'm going to bake my brains. Like, this guy won't be too bad, but he would definitely be rough on a warm day. But there's no way that I could wear like the pig with hooves or the husky with paws on an 80 degree, 90 degree hot summer day. I would bake. Oh my gosh. So I'm gonna have to have like 2 hat sets. Like, well, thank you, Hop on One Foot. I'm glad that you like my hat. And welcome to the Dazzle. How are you? Yeah, sometimes when I'm doing like these chat streams, I'm like, I become like super aware of all of my like communication and language things, and then I just sit here and I'm like, why would anybody like want to sit and listen to me talk? Is there a link to the Discord somewhere? I believe Mistrach just shared it. Did that not come up for you? Are you seeing that there now, Boop Snooter? Yeah, sometimes the app is weird when it comes to the auto share of the link. I don't know why. It just doesn't consistently show it. I'm glad to hear that you are doing well, Hop on One Foot. Our day has been good so far. Well, Lily, I would love to see a video of them chasing each other around on it. Cats are amazing. Like, I don't know, like, about anybody else, but I swear, like, the more that I try to sound coherent when I'm talking to people, the more likely it is that, like, dumb garbly goop is gonna come out of my mouth instead. And it's just like, especially if I get really excited, then like, or flustered, or anything like emotionally intense, like my ability to communicate goes whoop. And just words are hard, and it can be so frustrating. And then I'm just like, people must think that like, what do people think when you have these moments and you're not articulating well? I always worry that people think that I'm not articulating well because like I'm not bright. And unfortunately, that comes from some bad experiences as a kid, that, I did encounter people who felt that the reason that I didn't communicate well was because I must not be the brightest crayon in the box. And I just, ugh. I'm sorry that you're having issues with the stream, Lily. It looks like things are okay on our end. Is anyone else having trouble? Yeah, I don't think that... Okay, I was gonna say, I'm not seeing anything on our end. And it's always hard when someone's visualizing something like it's laggy or choppy or skipping. It's like, is it something on their end or is it something on our end? Because, it can be either. The joy of internets and computers. So there's that. And it's hard because even with all of my like inputs and output meter things telling me what's going on, I still don't experience what you're experiencing until after the fact, and then I can like look at the VOD and see what you guys saw. But until then, it's like I just gotta take it on faith that if my indicators are good, that things are good. Hey, Guard of Pluto, how you doing tonight? Welcome to the Dazzle, and thank you. I'm glad that you like my hat. It's freezing for you a bit too, but it could be your phone. Yeah, phones are sketchy when it comes to internet stuff. But let me go take a peek and see if there's anything going on our end that might be problematic. I'm doing good, and I'm glad to hear that you're doing well, Guard. Yeah, it looks like everything's... Alright. I think that we're okay. Well, you have a good night, Crazy Cole. Thanks for coming and hanging out with us. Yeah, I was going to say, everything looks smooth on my end there, Mr. Roach. I was just going to ask how it looked on yours, but I guess it's okay. Welcome back, Lily. Yeah, a really windy night can absolutely affect the internet for sure. And that's always the challenge, like telling how much of it is on whose end. That's why I will be like, oh, somebody's reporting problems. Check in with everybody else. Everybody else, how things going? Because, yeah, it can be hard to tell on my side what you guys are receiving. And I find sound is the one that's most likely to be different. Like, I'll be listening to stuff and like the music for me is pretty loud. But my understanding is that on your guys' end, it's a fairly quiet, which I always think is really interesting. Like how I hear the sound coming through and how you guys hear the sound coming through is never the same, never. And it'll always take me aback when I listen to the VODs because it's totally different than what I experienced when I was playing the game. And like the sound effects will be like really loud and the music will be loud and then they're like reasonable on the stream or barely heard or something. It's just like, oh man, I wish there was a better measure of knowing like how loud it was on the receiving end. But I haven't figured out a way to like do that. And I hear that that's a pretty frequent challenge for streaming. And I haven't seen anybody who says, this is how you figure that out. So if somebody knows a trick for that, I would love to know that. So yeah, I just started playing Elden Ring and it's kicking your butt. I have watched quite a few streamers play Elden Ring, Boob Snooter, and you are not the only one getting your butt kicked. It seems like the first couple times you go through the game and you're not familiar with it and you're not familiar with the mechanics of the game, that you can just kind of expect it to kick your butt. The people who like are doing well with the game and like not dying regularly, I find are the people that have been playing it pretty consistently for a prolonged period of time. Um, yeah, that's a rough game. It looks like it would be a lot of fun, but it also looks like it would be super hard. I think the internet is trying to crash, so I'll see you next stream. Oh, well, bye, Lily. I'm sorry that your internets are not working. That always sucks. It always sucks when you're trying to like watch something or do something on the internet, which is for me just about always. And then the power or the internet gets moody and power outages. I'm always like, what am I supposed to do now? Like, because I always have something going on the internet. I'm such an internet junkie. I just, oh my goodness. And it's so crazy because I think about like when I was a kid, we didn't have the internet. I was not raised in a household that owned a computer. We didn't have the internet. We didn't even always have video games to play. We had like console games, but we didn't always have like new ones. And there was enough of us that I almost like never got a turn, and I was never worth like fighting for. So I went from like never doing any of these like nerdy computer things to like now I live on my computer. It's like my work, my entertainment, my all the time. I'm just like always engaged with the internet, and it's kind of crazy. And so yeah, I'm like always listening to music and like watching shows and streams and hosting a stream. Hi. And yeah, it's kind of crazy to compare that to like even when I was 20, and I like barely ever went on the internet. Yeah, it's kind of wild. Because it just seems like something I've always done, even though that's not really the case. Like, yeah. I mean, I haven't even had a smartphone for really that long in all reality. It's been like, I don't know, 5 years? Maybe longer than that? I'm not sure, Mr. Arch. I'm terrible at like timelining. But definitely not like as soon as they were available, join the bandwagon thing. And now I'm like constantly carrying mine around just like everybody else. And you got a question, you got to look it up. And even my book collection has extended into my phone. And, you know, I do most of my reading now with my phone. And it's just, it's crazy. I mean, that being said, though, I also appreciate the resources that are at my fingertips. And I'm not one of these people that feel like internet communities and internet socialization is terrible. I think that internet socialization is different than in-person socialization, but I think that you can build relationships and build sense of community online just as effectively, and that can be just as supportive and just as good for us as we can in real life. Like, our brain really doesn't know the difference between talking to somebody online and talking to someone on person. Like, we don't rate those relationships differently. So yeah. How am I doing today? I'm doing pretty good. Thanks for asking there, Donovan Funk. And how are you? I love you so much. I'm a nursing student, by the way. Oh, thank you, Tal. How are you doing tonight? And a nursing student. Woohoo! It is a difficult time to be a nursing student. Bless your soul. Do I come from a large family? There were 5 kids. So by today's standard, I guess that would be a large family. I also was raised Latter-day Saint, so I always think of that as a kind of a smaller family. I grew up in a community where it was pretty common to have like 5, 10, even 15 kids. It was pretty nuts. Because Latter-day Saints tend to have much larger families than the average American household by far. So, um, but I think that most people would consider that a large family. So I'm going to say yes. I can never just answer anything yes or no. I've decided that this is just a problem that my brain has. I turn yes or no questions into like narrative answers. They become an open-ended question, whether you meant it to be or not. I just like, here, have all this, blah. Like every association that I had with your question is going to like now come out of my mouth in context to that question. Yeah. I'm not sure if that falls into like the info dumping category, but it's definitely the tangential nature of the ADHD brain and the way that we kind of more associative think and just kind of latch onto things and go and I think part of the challenge is that only about like half of the associative thought that I'm having actually comes out of my mouth. So sometimes people will look at me like, how did we go from here to here? Like, how are these thoughts related at all? And I'll be looking at them like, these are completely related thoughts. And how do you not see this connection? And then I will have to realize that I only thought about like I only expressed about 25% of the thought that I had. So, of course, they have no idea how I got from point A to point B. Like, I don't know why they have no idea what I'm talking about when I don't actually explain my whole idea. Yeah. And I think some of that is because, like, I'm not one of these people who thinks entirely in words. And I found this to be such an interesting field of study, like how they're now, neuroscientists are now doing a lot of research on the mental experience of how people perceive their thoughts, and how some people will hear an actual voice in their head that is their thought and it's their voice talking to them, and how other people will like see pictures, and how some people will have more sensory experiences that are in their mind, that it's all in their thoughts. And then other people are like, no, I don't have any of that. And I just have these like vague ideas that are not related to sensory input at all. And it just translates out. And it's just mind blowing to me how different the inside of everyone's head is, and how different it is for everyone to think of a thing. And it makes a lot of things make more sense to me. Hey, gaming, how you doing tonight? And welcome to the Dazzle. It's a very interesting mental pathway, yeah. I just find it fascinating that like some people cannot draw a picture in their mind. Like if they think of an apple, they don't see an apple. Like when I think of an apple, I can see in my mind an apple that's just as real and concrete looking as if it were in my hand. And it's interesting to me to know that that kind of visualization in your mind does not exist for everyone. And like, what? But I love hearing you clearly finishing a sentence in your head. It doesn't come out in words. Yeah, Boob Snooter, like when you're talking and you only like say half of your thought and then like the rest of it's just like the words in your head. Yeah, that happens to me. Hey Chris, how you doing? So, Boob Snooter, are you somebody who has a voice in your head? Like, do your thoughts include a internal voice. Because I definitely have an internal voice. I definitely have internal visuals. Can make conversations with super big interesting sometimes. Yeah, I have a challenge in translating the thoughts that I'm having into words, because not all of the thoughts that I'm having are words. Like, a lot of the thoughts that I'm having are visual, and like I'll get color impressions that come with a lot of associative connections to emotions, and I will smell thing that, like, there's stuff in my head that's really associated with things, but there's all this like sensory related kind of experiences in my head, and there will be things, and there will be people talking, and there's like words almost being typed out on the back of my forehead is the way I kind of describe it. So I'll even see words, and the words that are being typed and the words that are being talked out are not always the same. So there's a lot of stuff going on in my head, and sometimes it's like a bunch of different pieces, and yeah, it's crazy layered, and it can be difficult to translate how that thought, translate that thought into a coherent verbalization. 100%. Interestingly enough, I lost my first girlfriend back in year 10 to suicide. She actually is always with me, and I end up having most of my conversations when I'm alone to her, as people say I'm just talking to myself. Oh, I'm sorry, Boob Snooter. That's a pretty big loss. But I don't think that there's anything wrong with talking to people that you've lost along the way. I've totally had conversations with my grandmother. She passed a few years ago, and there are times that I sit there and give her an update in my life and be like, hey, Gram, and just talk to her the way that I would talk to her when she was alive. And it can be, I mean, I know that she's not there, but she is in the same token too. And I have a friend who committed suicide that I often sit and talk to and bounce ideas off, because he was somebody that was frequently a sounding board for me. So yeah, it's interesting how we definitely keep people with us after they leave us. And I don't think that people who have had that kind of loss realize how you carry the dead with you. Like, they really are inside you forever. They really are a part of who you are. And you don't just leave them behind, and you don't like just move on with your life. Like, love is forever. They stay with you always. I always end up talking like Yoda. Like, sometimes I don't order things correctly or conjugate them or similar, but it's a bit common in my family, at least with my mom, older brother, and me. So they get me. Right, ads? I definitely have issues with like putting sentences in the right order. Conjugations, sometimes I don't tend to do that incorrectly, but I'll tend to like conjugate words that aren't supposed to be. But yeah, I definitely am notorious for putting words in the wrong order, and sometimes that totally confuses things. Man, gaming. I have ADHD, ADD, OCD, anxiety, dyslexia, and a liver disease. So you're spoony. I mean, yeah, and it seems like when you have a chronic illness, it never comes alone. There's always something, they always come in groups. And frequently it's, if you have a physical chronic illness, there's much higher rate of a mental chronic illness to go with it, like anxiety and depression and other kinds of issues that are kind of make sense if you think about the context of having a chronic illness and the challenges that go with that. But yeah, if you have ADHD, then I am sure that you can understand some of the chaos that I'm talking about going on in my head. And I try to explain to people that the combination of ADHD and OCD is an interesting mix where you have this like part of your brain that really wants impulsivity and really wants, you know, this chaos gremlin that really just like wants everything to be a surprise and wants everything to be new and wants everything to be unstructured and wants everything to be this like chaotic sensory experience. I think of that one as my squirrel. And then like the OCD brain, part of my brain, it wants everything really structured, wants everything really ordered, wants everything very organized, wants everything to be the same, wants everything to be very predictable. And I think of this as like the beaver in my brain. So I always feel like there's this war going on between these two rodents in my head because they have these conflicting drives. So I can be really an unusual presentation in that sometimes I'm very rigid and I want to be like same. And then all of a sudden this really like impulsive, let's just go do the thing. And people are like often like, what am I seeing? Like this weird mix of things. And, yeah, it's like, how do you make both of those parts of your brain happy all the time? And I don't have a good answer for that. Like, I don't know how you make a chaos gremlin and a control freak happy simultaneously. I have yet to figure any of that out. It's more of like swinging back and forth between the two, like maintaining a certain amount of structure and engaging in enough impulsivity to not freak either of them out totally and satisfying the base needs of both. So it's more about like maintaining a balance rather than it is like keeping both of them happy. But yeah, I frequently make reference to this being the war of rodents, and yeah. And I know that some people like get upset when I talk about ADHD being a squirrel, and it's just because I frequently like to have a metaphor and a representation, and I just really like animals, so it's how I frequently describe life in the universe and everything is, you know, I give people animal like labels based on how I consider their characteristics, and I like to give that metaphor of like, here's the thing. So I think of ADHD as a squirrel because they're really high energy. They're always moving. They have this like seeming indecisiveness in that they don't just do a thing and stay with that thing. They're very forgetful in that they only remember like about a third of where they bury their nut stashes. That's totally like my life. If I say I'm going to put this thing in this safe place so I can remember it for the future, oh, that is a surefire way to guarantee that I will never find the thing again. I mean, that's squirrels. They're like, oh, I have this precious little nut that I will need to survive in the winter, so I am going to bury it. And I will only remember where these survival nuts are a third of the time. Yep, this is my ADHD brain. And there is no such thing as like the magic place, because the minute you say in your head, this is the magic place, so I will know where it is, I swear to God, your brain just like yeets that shit out. It's like, nope, can't have a magic place. So my solution to this is to use external memory files, aka Mr. Rotch. I'll say, this thing, I cannot lose this thing. This is where I am putting it. Please make sure that you remember for me where I have put this thing, so when I inevitably forget, you will know where this thing is. Yes? And yeah, he just becomes my external memory. I mean, so it very much feels like a squirrel to me. And then like OCD is like a beaver because they have this need for structured environments. So they create these dams because they want to have a predictable, structured home that has a very defined way of living. And then when they hear running water, they compulsively dam it up so that they create these pools of very controlled environments. So beavers are all about being productive. They're about controlling your environment. They're about predictability. They're about feeling the compulsive need to do a thing in response to a stimulus. I'm like, dude, beavers are like the poster child for OCD if there ever was an animal that had it. Like beavers. Like beavers are so driven by the sound of running water that we have used recordings of running water to get beavers to build dams for us because they are so driven. They have to. They're so compulsively driven to build a dam to make the sound of water, running water stop, that we can literally just use a recording to get them to build a dam for us. Yeah, they're like the poster child of OCD. It's so crazy. Hey, Sage, Mr. Turtles, how you doing tonight? So yeah, I just tend to think of these like fuzzy little guys in my head, and because of that, like, I end up with these strange, like, almost cartoon scenarios playing out in my brain when I think about how these two parts of my brain interact. I'm doing well. Thank you for asking, Sage. Like, I always think about when I'm having a really ADHD-driven impulsive moments, I'm getting this vision of, like, this squirrel running around the house with, like, cupcakes and the poor beaver just sitting there like, oh, please stop. Please stop. You're making a mess. Please stop. And, like, when the OCD is really, like, in control and, like, I'm being really, like, well, I get visions of, like, the beaver shock collaring the squirrel so that he just, like, can't do anything. He's just like, stop it. Stop it. Like, I don't know how else you'd control the squirrel. Maybe he has him tied up. I don't know. Stuffed in a trunk. I don't know. But these just bizarre scenarios end up happening in my head between these two rodents, and if I could consistently get myself to draw characters, like, I can doodle, but I can't, like, make the same character consistently look like the same character. I would draw the War of Rodents as a cartoon because I think it would be hilarious, but I can't seem to consistently create the same character to look like the same character every time you draw it. I don't have that skill set. Hey, Spectral on Twitch, how you doing? I don't know why, but man, there not being spaces between the words make it almost impossible for me. I have to, like, really stare and be like, okay, where would the spaces be? And then sometimes my anagramming brain starts kicking in, and I'll start, like, trying to rearrange the letter, and I'm like, no, brain. You got to keep them in the same order. You just got to figure out where the spaces are. Just figure out what the spaces are. And my brain will be, but there's so many words there. Like, nobody cares, brain. I'm glad that you can see lots of words in that group of letters, but, like, nobody cares, brain. Like, the things that your brain just does because it can, and you're just like, is this a skill that I needed in life? Like, to be able to, like, look at someone's name and just start, like, pouring out a whole list of words that is within their name. Like, is there any, like, functional usefulness for this? Because I haven't found one yet. I mean, it makes me good at word puzzles, but yeah, I haven't found that to be a marketable skill yet. And yeah, it's definitely, I'll be sitting there trying to come up with somebody's, like, how I'm supposed to say somebody's name, and I'll be sitting there going, all right, so Sage, oh, there's a turtle. Oh, and then my brain wants to be like, oh, there's like Tam, Tame, Teams, Rutch, and I'll be like, nobody cares. Brain, focus. You have a good night, gaming. Thanks for coming and hanging out with us. And I think that's always like that challenge of like, how much do you verbally share like the randomness that goes on in your head? And I mean, we talk about masking frequently, about it being this awful, terrible thing. And I think that the degree of masking that happens for the majority of human beings who have things like autism and ADHD and depression and I think that level of masking is definitely toxic and damaging. But there's definitely a degree of masking that every human being engages in, and I think is appropriate. And like, we're not going to just run around and show everybody our inner world and show everybody our inner heart and our most intimate selves. Like, that doesn't make sense. Like, so when we go out into the world, we always wear a mask as a shield for protection. Like, we don't want that intimacy with just every random stranger we meet. So masking is not in and of itself a toxic and dangerous thing. It's the degree to which we do it. So when you are trying to learn how to unmask, the question is like, when should you be masking? And when should you not be masking? Like, when is it appropriate to be showing that authentic self? And when is it healthy and good boundaries to have that mask on? And when you've been taught all your life that you should be heavily masking all the time in a really toxic way, it can be really difficult to try to like reassess and refigure out a healthy level of boundaries. And again, those boundaries are going to be different for everybody. Like, how much you mask and what's healthy for one person is going to be uncomfortable and anxiety provoking and not healthy for another person. So I mean, I think that's the other challenge, is that there isn't like clear, distinct delineations of what's vulnerable for one person and what's not vulnerable for another person. And watering the face hole. Thank you, Boob Snooter. So yeah, as I've like gotten older and I've decided that I'm not going to mask all of my autistic ADHD stuff as much, and people are going to have to accept that I am not neurotypical, and either they're going to be okay with that or they're not, and they're either going to like me or they're not. But that's the case anyway. Even when I was masking, not everybody liked the facade of the mask. You know, that's just how it is. But if I'm only going to have a handful of people like me, I would like them to be the people who actually like the real me and not the pretend mask me. But I do think that there is this question that I've never really been able to answer for myself or anyone else, of where should those masking boundaries be? Because there's definitely such a thing as oversharing. Like, there are things that you shouldn't just be telling complete random strangers about yourself. Like, they put, you can put yourself at risk. You can make other people really uncomfortable. Like, there's a lot of reasons that you shouldn't just be pouring out everything to every person you meet. So you definitely should be like making some level of boundary. And that's really what that masking is keeping some of yourself inside for not everybody seeing you. So there's always some part of you that needs to stay in reserve, and that only the people that are allowed in your most intimate circle should ever be allowed to see you completely with the mask off. That much I've decided. Like, only the most trusted people should ever see you completely unmasked at your most vulnerable, exposed self. But like, what beyond that? Like, what about at work? Is it okay to info dump at work? I don't know. Like, I haven't figured out like where all of these lines, like, where do all these lines exist? And where should they exist? And I don't think that there are clear rules. And especially where like different people get uncomfortable at different levels of sharing. What is neurotypical these days, you know? Yeah, Boob Smooter. I think that that's definitely something that is really true. That, like, as we acknowledge that the clinically defined normal and the socially accepted definition of normal is the minority. Like, the majority of people in the world, or at least in the America, I can't really speak to the world. The majority of people in America have something. They have autism, they have ADHD, they have OCD, they have depression, they have schizophrenia, they have a learning disability, they have intellectual disabilities, they have some type of something that is not considered the normal by society's definitions. And the reality is that the not defined normal is as small of a group as all the other groups. But somehow it's the like ideal group in society, and it's a challenge. And I think that when we're talking about like what's normal in the world of psychology, it's really difficult to define what normal is. There's like a lot of hurdles that come into what normal is. Like, I don't think like a lot of people think about like how you define normal. Like, we just sort of accept that normal is a thing, and we don't think about like where this idea of normal is derived from. And so the reality is that you can't really research normal for mental processes the way that you can define and research normal for the functioning of a pancreas. And because there's a lot of challenges. So I will tell you that normal, as defined in psychiatry, is a person having a developmentally appropriate level, an effective functioning personality, an effective cognition, an affect that is satisfactory to both the person and the people in the social setting that they live in. So here's this definition. And basically what that all amounts to is that normal is what society says normal is. Sage Turtles. Nobody is normal, truly. Everybody is different. Well, I agree that there's a variation, that there's variance. But when you look at a bell curve and you talk about what normal is on a clinical level, there are variations within normal. Like having green eyes, having blue eyes, having brown eyes, those are all considered normal. And it's because they're functioning, they're occurring in a natural way, they lack observable abnormalities and deficiencies, and your eyeballs function as they should regardless of this eye color. So while there's this variation, there are eye colors that are considered normal, you know, green, brown, blue, and hazel. those are grouped as normal eye colors. But then when you see the eye colors that are related to disorders, like the crystalline eyes that are, that really like transparent eyes that you see with individuals that have albinism, that is not considered a normal eye because that eye is considered to lack function and it has a deficiency within it, so it's no longer normal. This is kind of the clinical framework for how we talk about what's normal and what's not normal, and it's much easier to do when we're talking about things that are physical. Like when we're talking about eyeballs, it's really easy to define what is and isn't normal. And thank you very much. Adusa? I'm gonna go with Adusa. I'm not sure that I'm saying your name right, but we really appreciate the support. Thank you very much. So you can have lots of variation, like with eye color, and still be normal. So in concept, neurotypes can be the same way, that you can have lots of presentation and variation and it still be considered natural, still be considered functional, still be considered healthy, and not having any deficiencies or struggles. So when we're looking at mental health, you run into more challenges in defining what's normal and what's not normal. And we tend to look at things in context of whether or not it's considered normal and acceptable within your society, but also whether or not it's causing problems. So when we look at things as normal, we have 4 Ds in psychology. When we were looking at diagnosing someone as having an abnormality or having something that is a mental disorder, we're looking at deviance. And this first thing is basically, is this person presenting with characteristics, personalities, behaviors, thought patterns, etc., that is different than what is socially expected to be presenting? So that's the first thing. Then the second thing is, does that person have any distress because of those differences? The second thing is, do they have any dysfunction or inability to perform well within society, like meeting their needs? That's what dysfunction is about. Like, can you feed yourself? Can you dress yourself? Can you earn yourself money? Can you maintain your home? If you cannot do some of those things, then that means that you have some sort of form of dysfunction. And then the last thing that we look at is danger. Does your difference present any danger to yourself or others? Are you at risk of harming anybody? So when we're diagnosing, you need to either have both distress and dysfunction, or you need to have danger, or you can have all three. So a lot of people get upset by this idea that society gets to define what normal is. And let me change to the duck hat. And I will say that when you look at it superficially, it sounds absolutely horrible that we would define psychological norms based on how society defines it. But I'm going to also tell you that it's not as bad as it might seem. Like, there are some advantages to basing it off of what society defines as normal. And the first thing to keep in mind is that when we are looking at mental disorder, what we're really, really looking at is how well a person is functioning and feels within their society. Like, do you feel like you belong and fit into your society, and how well do you function as a person in your community? That's what mental health is really looking at. So when we look at that context, it makes sense that we are considering it in context of what society defines as normal. Because if society defines you as abnormal, you are going to, by default, have struggles and challenges within that society. If you are considered normal and you're embraced, you are by default going to have less challenges. It's more likely that you're going to feel wanted. It's more likely that you're going to feel supported. It's more likely that you're going to be integrated. It's more likely that the things within the community are going to be set up for your neurotype, because you are expected. You're the type of person that this environment is expecting to arrive. So the environment is set up for you. So you do well in that environment. So when we think about normal in context of society defining it, it sounds awful, but what we're really looking at in mental health is, does this person have an impairment in their ability to live within the community that they're in? Because that's what's going to determine whether or not your needs are met, whether or not you're having social distress, whether or not you're having dysfunction. So, I mean, and a lot of this also comes from the reality that, how do you research normal? Like, everybody's going about their lives masking whatever traits are considered to be undesirable in society. So how do you observe people to see how often homicidality exists? Like, people don't advertise this. People don't just say, yep, I have thoughts about killing people. Like, this is not advertised. Like, we don't know how common it is because it's considered a socially undesirable trait. We don't really know how often people have a thought. Whether or not they have any intention of, like, acting out on it isn't the point. But, like, is it normal to have a thought of, like, I could kill this person right now? Is that normal? We don't really know, because people don't just offer that information. They mask that because it's considered socially undesirable. So they're not going to offer out that information. Well, I was thinking about killing somebody today. Like, we don't talk about the undesirable things. We mask them. So how do you go into society and observe for naturally occurring traits? And this is why things like autism and ADHD are frequently misdiagnosed or not diagnosed, because you are out there masking, like, we're out there masking our symptoms. So when people are trying to observe for those symptoms, we're busy trying to hide our abnormalities, our differences. I want to load people into a cannon and launch them into the sun daily. Hi, Stacks. How are you? I mean, so there's a lot of hurdles, like, to try and, like, you can try to define normal based on self-reporting, but, like, are people being honest? There's no way to know. Like, if you do a survey and say, like, how often do you have this kind of thought? I mean, I can fill that out with whatever bullshit I feel like. Like, there's no way to know if there's any degree of honesty in the way that people fill it out. Because, again, people are very busy masking. So there's always that concern someone will know. Every day I meet people that I would very much like to smack. Yeah, Sage, I feel that. They're definitely, I think personally that it's really normal to have aggressive urges. Like, I think that it's normal for people to be like, oh my God, and, like, want to, like, slap somebody because they're being an asshole or intrusive or whatever. Like, oh. I think that that's normal. I don't think it's normal to act on those thoughts, but see, smack versus the sun, right, Poop Suitor? It's all about degree, right? Like, so yeah, I think that it's a real challenge to try to objectively define what normal is in the world of psychology, especially since how we choose to behave is so socially driven. Like, if you consider that we are programming our children to be functioning adults as we're raising them, we are teaching them as children what's socially acceptable. How then do you separate, as a psychologist who's trying to define what normal is, how do you separate out of this individual what is social training and what's their natural tendency? So there's really no way to know how much of what a person does is based on social training and social expectation and social preferences, and how much of what we do is just because of our human nature and the way that our brains are built. There's no way to separate those, because right from the time we are born, our parents get very busy in teaching us how to survive in our community, because our communities are essential and they're an important and inherent part of how humans exist and survive and stay healthy and how we thrive. Like, we have to be able to integrate with each other in order to survive on this planet. So it's an absolutely important skill set to be able to function within our community. So there's no way to separate the natural human from the trained human. Like, all of us get raised as like, this is what's acceptable behavior versus like what our tendencies are. If I raised a monkey as my child, would I end up with a semi-functioning member of society? There have definitely been people who have tried to raise monkeys, and my answer would be no. Nobody has ended up with a monkey or a chimpanzee that was able to function within human society, because people have absolutely tried raising monkeys. And I will say that people who have tried raising chimpanzees as their child, it has almost always gone horrifically wrong. Because when a chimpanzee gets angry, they are very good at deleting human beings. They are horrific. I want to own a company that has monkey workers. Yeah, exactly, Mr. Arch. And it often goes horribly wrong. Absolutely, yeah. For better or worse, there have been many human beings who have thought that it was a good idea to raise a chimpanzee or a monkey as if it were a human child and integrate them into their family as if they were a human. And it has never equated to a monkey behaving like a human, and it has often ended up in very awful results. Hello, Jonas. Welcome to the Dazzle, and how are you? So yeah, I think that there's a lot of discussion right now in the general community and a lot of challenging right now in the general community about what normal is. And I don't think there's anything wrong with challenging what normal is. Like, I think that we as a society need to frequently reevaluate what we consider normal, what we consider good, what we consider healthy, what we consider acceptable within society. I think that frequently needs to be reevaluated. But what we need to keep in mind when we're having these discussions is that the clinical definition is really based off of the social definition. And that's because your mental health is really dependent on how well you integrate into your community. So if you have all the symptoms of schizophrenia and your society is supportive of you and make you feel desired and make you feel wanted and supportive, and you have no distress because of your hallucinations and stuff because you're well supported, and you are not dysfunctional because the people around you are supporting you and are making sure that your needs are being met and are making sure that the environment is set up in a way that you are kept safe and that your environment is safe and is accommodating to you, then you don't meet diagnostic criteria. And this is why people who believe that they are prophets of God for religions are not considered to be schizophrenic. Even though there are other people who are not religious leaders who also believe they are prophets of God who are in psychiatric facilities. And that's because the people who are in psychiatric facilities did not find a religious community to support them, did not find a community to make sure that their needs were being met, did not find that community integration. And that led to that person having distress and dysfunction and often safety issues. And the distinction is not the person's symptoms, but the community in which they are in and how that community perceives them as being either normal and desirable or abnormal and unwanted. Glad to hear that you're doing well, Jonas. We're doing good here, too. I like to imagine Godzilla whilst on the train. I mean, do you like to imagine Godzilla while you are riding in a train? Or do you like to imagine Godzilla being on a train? I think I like the idea of the second one more. Like, I'm now getting this vision of Godzilla surfing on the end or like skateboarding on a train. I love Godzilla. He's a great character. If you're curious, you can look up Travis the chimpanzee. It did not go well. Just to be warned, it is not good. Yeah, Miss Roch, that was a really, really not good case. Yeah. It is not recommended to integrate animal species into human society with the expectation that they will have human behaviors. Their brains do not function the same as ours. Is that the one that deleted the face of someone? That is one of them. Yep, yep. I don't think that people realize that chimpanzees are ridiculously stronger than we are, and that when they hit that rage, they are not just violent. They really are sadistic. They go for fingers and toes and the genitals and the face. They often just mutilate their victims rather than aim to kill. And you see this even in chimpanzee troops, where they will punish each other with violence by biting off each other's fingers as a punishment to put them back in their place. And if like an alpha male isn't being tolerated anymore, that they won't just outright kill him. They will horrifically mutilate him and then leave him there to slowly bleed to death. I mean, having watched some documentaries about chimpanzees, I don't know why you would ever want to bring one into your home. They are horrific as far as I'm concerned. I mean, I think one could go to me and I'd be done. They just, and I like all of me would be like, delete. Stomping on all the little cars. Yeah. I don't know. There's something really satisfying about Godzilla and like him going through a city and like just the like destruction of it. As long as you don't think about how awful it is that there's like people in those houses and stuff. But there's just something, I don't know, really satisfying about the idea of being able to just go in there and be like, wah, wah, wah. Let's just blow all this stuff up and like breathe out your like laser beam. I love it. Me, this is an important conversation. You should pay attention. My brain, duck hat. Sage, I feel that in my soul. You're like, yes, I love this topic. I should totally pay attention. Look at the curly cues on the duck hat. And he's got eyeballs. And yeah, like this is exactly how every moment of my brain is functioning. Like I'll be in a lecture or like watching a Zoom for like some CEU and I will be perseverating on the dude's tie. I don't know how often this like happens to me. Like somebody will have some awesome tie on that I would just be like, come on camera, zoom in so I can better see. Like, look at those colors. They're so dramatic. I love your tie. And then I'll be like, wait, what is he talking about now? Shit, I'm supposed to be listening. I'm supposed to be learning. Tie. Better on a hat. And my brain is like, no, I'll pay attention to what I want to. Can't make me. And I'm like, oh, but brain. This is why I like things that are recorded if it's something that I'm supposed to be learning from, so that when I have this like distracted moment, I can just let my brain be distracted for a little bit, and then I can like rewind and re-listen to whatever it was I was supposed to be listening to so I can learn from it. I think humans adapt. They figure out how they need to act to fit in, but over time, it's not sustainable and results in burnout or a mental break. Okay, so squelch the noise. What you're talking about is masking. And I think that the answer is it depends. So there's a certain degree, and this is where what we were talking about kind of in the beginning of this, is that there's a certain amount of masking that's totally healthy, normal, expected, completely functional, and required to be a healthy member of society. There's definitely such a thing as oversharing. There's definitely a certain degree of self-protection. You don't want to just be telling every random stranger your social security number and where you live and your bank account numbers, like there's got to be a certain degree of like, I keep this to me and you stay over there. And there's also that level of protection with your emotional vulnerability. But there's absolutely a degree of masking that becomes toxic. And I don't think that it's just ADHD and autistic individuals who take on this degree of toxic masking. And thank you, Rangface. We really appreciate the support. I think that there's a lot of other people who have been taking on this level of masking that's really toxic. There's many people in our society that believe that they're not allowed to emotionally express themselves ever. Like, I can't cry. Nobody can ever see me cry. Like, I think that's toxic. I think that that's unhealthy. I think the people who feel like they need to always project positivity into the universe, I think that's toxic. I think that's unhealthy. These are types of masking. They hide the real emotional state of the person. And they don't allow people to emotionally provide you support, and they don't allow you to emotionally process your feelings. So yeah, I think that there's a certain amount of masking that's absolutely unhealthy, damaging, and can lead to burnout, and can lead to mental disorders, and can lead to all kinds of bad things. And I've been there. But there's a certain amount of masking that is required for mental health and emotional protection. And I'm not sure where that line is. And that's the challenge that a lot of us are facing now as we try to reprogram ourselves from this constant message that we need to be masking. Like all these men who are told that they're not allowed to be emotional, vulnerable creatures, who are trying to refigure out how to express and talk about their emotions now because they realize that this is an unhealthy and toxic way to exist. They need to figure out where that new masking boundary should be. And those of us who are autistic or ADHD, we need to be allowed to be autistic and ADHD, but we still need to have some degree of separation. So I don't know where that magic line is. And I think that line might be different for everybody. You're right, Miss Roch. It is atomic fire. Yeah, don't give the random person your credit card number. I mean, we can't be completely naked and completely vulnerable. And I don't mean just with our personal information, but I also mean with our emotional vulnerability. Like, we cannot be emotionally vulnerable and open to allowing people to access our most intimate selves with every person that we meet. Like, allowing people to access our most emotionally intimate selves should be something that we reserve for a small group of trusted people who have earned that privilege by proving that they are safe people for us. But there's degrees of masking, right? Like, so where does that line exist? And I don't have a magic answer. Hi, Tiger. Welcome to the Dazzle. I'm glad that you like my hat. I mean, and I think that a lot of the toxicity that comes with masking is centered around this idea of what normal is and the rigidity in our culture about how narrow that definition is. I think that in in an environment where there was more variability allowed in the definition of normal, I think that people would be able to mask in a more healthy way. When you have a really narrow definition of what normal is, it makes it very difficult for any single individual to achieve that state of presentation. And you constantly have to put up this effort to be that. Hello, it's not... Oh, I'm not sure how to say that one. It's not ya Boylix. Welcome to the Dazzle. How you doing? So, yeah, I think there's a lot of complexity to all of this. And I think that people want to disarm the language and want to dismantle a lot of this stuff without really understanding how all of this works. And like a lot of people are saying, well, we should all stop masking. Well, we shouldn't all stop masking entirely, but should we be allowed to reduce the amount of masking? Absolutely. Like, but we shouldn't all be like running around as our most naked and emotionally vulnerable selves. Like, that's not healthy either. Like, you can't exist on either of the extremes. We can't be completely masked to the point that we're not showing any of our authentic, genuine self, but we can't be running around at the other extreme where we have nothing unexposed. You know, that we're just running around and letting everybody see all the emotional chaos that we're having. Like, you really, it's not appropriate for you to be at Walmart having your emotional crisis. Like, if you should try to like take your shit elsewhere. Like, if it happens, it happens, and you got to do what you got to do. But like, I don't know if my kind of thought is making sense, but hello, Dreams. Welcome to the Dazzle. How are you? And hello, Chris. Welcome to the Dazzle. How are you? There's a lot of first-time chatters here tonight. I love that. But I think that what's most important to kind of think about when we think about mental disorders and we think about the context of normal is that it is this relationship of the individual and the community. And we're looking at how well a person is functioning and thriving within that community versus how are they? Like, are they broken? It's not about that. So, you know, I am a psychiatric mental health nurse, and what I'm looking at is how do I help this person reach a state of wellness and balance so that they can exist in the community that they're existing in a healthy, balanced way to achieve wellness. So the interventions are focused on how do you get this person to a state that they're okay with who they are, but they're also functioning in society in a way that they have relationships and they are having their needs met and they're safe. You know, that's what the challenge of mental health is. Oh, thank you, Dreams. I'm glad that you like my hat. So yeah, I think that the topic of like normal comes up a lot. And people ask me a lot about the whole like normal thing. And Ducky. The duck is back. What is my favorite color? Purple. Purple is my favorite color. So, I mean, I think that when you think in context of normal, like when we think about it clinically, we're asking whether or not that person is in a state that they're emotionally stable, which means that they're not having any kind of distress, that they're safe, they're not trying to hurt themselves or other people, and that all their needs are met so that they're able to, feed themselves, clothe themselves, get housing, do the things that maintain your physical self so that you don't die. Like, that's what functioning is. And that's going to look differently. That's going to look very different for everyone. And it is okay for that to look different and still be normal if those needs are being met. And I think that's the other thing that people don't really think about. Like, you can do your dishes in very different ways and still accomplish the task of having clean dishes to be able to make your dinner. Like, you can be the person who does your dishes immediately after your meal, immediately after you're done cooking, or you can be the person that does your dirty dishes once a week. Neither is a problem. Neither is wrong. Both of them are meeting the functional need of making sure that you have the tools that you need in order to be able to provide yourself with meals. Thank you, Danton. We really appreciate the support. But I think that sometimes people get too fixated on what the social standards are. So that's where I think some of this question of what's normal gets. Like, there's a lot of arbitrary rules in society that I don't think that we necessarily need to pay as much attention to as we do in order to be healthy and well. Like, who made the rule that you have to fold your clothes? Why is that necessary? Is that necessary? I mean, yeah, eating out of the pot, tray, box, carton, it doesn't matter. Like, you can totally meet your nutritional needs eating out of a pot versus a bowl. Like, that doesn't make you less of a functioning human being. Whether you cook a meal once a week and you make enough food to feed yourself the whole week, or you cook every day so that you have variety, doesn't really matter. What matters is that you have food to eat every day that's nutritionally providing your body the things that you need. So we get raised with these standards and these expectations that are very community driven. And I think that sometimes we need to understand that these rules can be rather arbitrary. Like, you don't have to stand at the kitchen sink in order to wash dishes. You can sit at a stool. Nobody said that dishes have to even be washed at the sink. You can use a basin and wash them at the kitchen table if that's a more comfortable place for you to do it because of what your body is. Like, you're still meeting the need of having clean dishes to be able to cook your food. So why does it matter if you fill a basin and wash your dishes sitting at the kitchen table versus at the kitchen sink? It doesn't matter. Wash them in the tub if that's what works for your person, because that's what's more accessible based on your biology. Like, I think that we get very stuck in this, what we were programmed and what society tells us this is how you do the thing. So I think that's the trap of normal that is, or one of the traps of normal that is definitely not helpful. And we kind of need to push away from being so rigid in the way that we do things to make our needs met. Because everybody is different. Like, we don't need to have these expectation of doing a task exactly the way that our parent did in order for that task to be considered done properly and the objective to be met. Like, if you're meeting the need, objective met. Like, does it matter if you did it exactly the way your parent did? Like, or the way that your neighbor does? Like, does that matter? Wash the dishes in the rain, right? Well, there are some things that shouldn't be considered food. Well, yeah. I mean, obviously, we're talking about making sure that your food is healthy and nutritional. What are my opinions on pit bulls? Pit bulls are pit bulls. They're dogs. I don't particularly have any huge opinion on them. I think they're just like any other dog. I think that we need to look at animals as individuals the same way that we look at humans, if that's what you're, like, asking me. I don't think we should stereotype a species or what, that's not the word. A breed of dog and say that they're always a terrible thing. I think that we need to look at the individual. Yes, you can have a violent pit bull, but you can also have a violent poodle and you can also have a violent chihuahua. And I think that more often than not, it's based on how the person raised that animal than the breed. But if the animal is behaving well and is not hurting people, then I don't think it matters what breed it is, personally. I kind of look at animals the same way I look at people. I don't think that you should look at a group and say all the people or all the animals in this group are always this thing. I don't think that it's ever that clear in that black and white. Do you mean a noodle in pot or with pot? Or maybe it's a pot made out of noodles. Huh? Yeah. I don't know what pot noodle is either. Slap, what is pot noodle? Pot noodle? Like ramen? You talking about ramen? What? Is this one of those things that it's probably something that I've had and I just never call it that? Because I have never heard of a thing called a pot noodle. I mean, I can live on ramen though. I mean, I love my noodles. It really doesn't matter what kind of noodle it is. I love noodles. I love noodles. But ramen is like the food of the gods. I don't have noodles there? What do you mean I don't have noodles? I eat noodles all the time. Danton, I don't know what you're talking about. We have noodles here. I eat noodles on the regular. Pot noodle is a UK term. Okay. And what does this UK term of pot noodles denote? Like cooking all of this stuff in one pot and it makes a pot noodle? Pot noodle is the company. It's just a pot with noodles in. Oh, like cup of soup. Yeah, so it's like a cup of soup. Like we have noodle, and then there's some dried veggies, and then there's the powder on the top, and then you like fill the water to the fill line, and you stuck it in the microwave, and beep, and then you're like, and you're like, noodlies, and yes, cup of noodles is a pretty good instant noodles. All right, so they're cup of noodles. I could definitely get down with cup of noodles. I mean, homemade ramen is always way better than cup of noodles, but like, I won't be like sticking my nose up at any kind of instant ramen or instant noodle. I mean, noodles are amazing. I really, really, really like my noodles. Yeah, so we have the same thing. It's just called cup of noodles. We got a couple brands here. Phases into existence. Hello, Aeroslab. Welcome to our existence. How are you tonight? I think that's a great entrance. Just sort of phasing in to existence. Nice, nice. Usually my entrance is stumble, stumble, almost fall on my face, awkwardly say hi. Yeah. Something like that. That's usually my entrance. I think, therefore I am. Ah, yes, the consciousness of being. More water in the face hole. Thank you, Aeroslap. Oh, Slap, you're one of those. You're one of those people who's a pineapple person. Well, you can have my quota of pineapple. I think pineapple only belongs in the bin. I don't want it in or on any of my food. Where were you before, if non-existent? Oh, they could have just been in a different existence. Like, if you're in a different universe, and then you phase into this existence in this universe. Huh? I mean, I'm just not a pineapple person at all. I don't want it on anything. So the idea of it being on it, ugh. Worse than pineapples? Oh no, hands down, I would do pickles on pizza before pineapple. I mean, I don't want pickles on my pizza, but if I had to choose between pickles and pineapple, hands down, I would go with pickles. I would even go with the gross sweet pickles before I went with pineapple. Ugh. Pineapple is awful. There's no redeeming qualities. It's an icky texture. It tastes yucky. It feels yucky. It's yucky. Pineapple's yucky. Oh, I would definitely rather have all the seafood things than pineapple. Pineapple's gross. But you can give me... You can definitely do the sardines, not sardines, the little fishies, whatever they're called, on pizza. Little fishy anchovies. You can do anchovies on pizza, hands down. That is so good. Anchovy and cheese pizza is amazing. Well, see, I'll have the anchovy pizza. You have the pineapple pizza. And everybody will be happy. I think that potatoes being on pizza would depend on the type of pizza. I mean, they do make potato pizza. It's like with a biscuit crust, and then you have like a gravy filling, and then you have mashed taters, and like either sausage or bacon, and then cheese. It's super good. I mean, it's really just kind of a glorified baked potato. You don't have anchovies in Turkey? Aw, sad. Thank you, Rust. Because definitely I was slouching, so I'm doing my posture checking. You can't bring yourself to eat anchovies? Oh, like they just don't smell appealing and stuff? It's the idea of them. Yeah, I mean, and I think that, like, honestly, I'm not one of these people that believe that every person should try every food. Like, I think that the more that you can get yourself to try new things and diversify your food variety, the better it is for your body. But I'm not one of these, like, oh, you have to eat everything. You have to try everything. It's you're a bad person if you don't take what. No, fuck that. Like, like there's some foods that I can look at and I know that texturally I don't want that shit in my mouth. Like, no. So I mean, if you know based on like past experiences that it's not going to be pleasant, why put yourself through that? I mean, and there's enough food out there in the world that you don't have to try everything and eat everything to have a good, healthy diet. Like, you do need variety, but you don't have to have like all the foods. Hello, Frolic. Welcome to the Dazzle. How are you? And yes, I made my hat. Casually laying in bed, chewing on a Capri Sun straw. Hey, you know, Dream, sensory experiences are amazing, and sometimes it's just those simple little things that get us through the day. I mean, yeah, your taste can totally change over time, and I do think that there's value in revisiting things, but I don't think that it's necessary either. Like, if you had a really bad experience with, I don't know, eating strawberries and you really disliked them and they were texturally unpleasant and they tasted gross, there's no there's no reason that it's necessary to go and revisit a strawberry. Like, there's enough other foods out there that provide the same nutritional profile as a strawberry that there's really no reason to like require of yourself or other people the revisiting of an unpleasant food. I mean, you're going to be more likely to eat good nutritional food if you're enjoying the food sensory experience. Like, food is a very sensory experience. It involves texture, it involves, which is touch, it involves taste, it involves, your vision. It, like even the sounds that our food makes, like it involves all of our senses when we take a bite of food. So it should be a good experience. And if it's not a good experience, we're not going to eat well. And I don't think that there's value in like focusing on one or two foods and making sure we eat the thing. Like, there's just so many good ways to get nutrition, and there's so many options of getting nutrition that I don't feel like it's necessary to like force ourselves to eat the thing or to revisit the thing. I eat everything, not gonna lie, but except for harem foods like bacon or any kind of pig. Nice. Yeah, a variety of pot noodle, right? Happened to me a lot when I was a kid that my taste has changed, and until this day, I mean, yeah, it happens a lot. Like, we biologically change a lot as we get older, so it's really common for people's food preferences to change throughout their lifetime. This is a very common experience, and it's because our biological chemistry changes. It's because our life experiences changes. We often change our diet when we leave home. So whatever we were eating when we were children in our parents' home often becomes different when we leave that environment and we establish our own food patterns. So because of that, our palate expectations change, which will make the experience of our childhood foods different. So it means that you could also have foods that you really loved as a child that you now really don't. I mean, it's very, very common for people's palates and food preferences to change over time. Absolutely. What is my favorite TV programs? Well, Greg, I don't watch a whole lot of television. I tend to watch YouTube, and I tend to do streams when I want to watch something. I find for the most part that the film genre has lost its art of storytelling, so I don't find it as interesting and engaging as reading a book or watching someone play a video game or playing through a video game that has a story. So there's occasionally series and stuff that I get into. Like, I do occasionally watch anime. I occasionally, pick up series. Like, I watched recent-ish, I don't know, months ago now. I think the most recent series I watched was several months ago, and I think it was Sandman. which was based off the Neil Gaiman comic book, which is the only reason why I went and watched it, is because I really enjoyed the comic book. So I wanted to see what they did with it as a series, and I did enjoy it. So yeah, not a big like TV show movie person. There are some movies that I really love. I really love Aliens and Hellraiser. A lot of people find me weird for this, but I don't like pancakes or waffles. Dreams, you know, there there are so many other foods. There's nothing that you're getting in pancakes or waffles that you can't get elsewhere. So it just leaves more pancakes for me. I'm not a big fan of waffles either. I think they're texturally weird. How do people even begin to try blue cheese? Yeah, slap. Ooh, blue cheese. I can't, man. Ugh. Blue cheese is very. Ugh. Yeah, trying to describe how something tastes without just like comparing it to another thing is, yeah, it's pretty hard. Senses are a difficult experience to relate. Have I watched Parasite, the Maxim? Uh, I don't. I don't think so. I've watched an anime that's about parasites, but I don't think it was called Parasite the Maxim. And have I watched the Pinocchio? No, I really enjoyed Pan's Labyrinth, and I will probably at some time go and watch his Pinocchio. Um, but I have not yet watched the Pinocchio. Escargot, what drove that person to think a snail looks appetizing? Right? I mean, I think that's just it. Like, there's a whole category of food that like lots of people don't enjoy, and that other people just like really enjoy. And um, I don't remember it being called Parasite the Maxim. I watched a show I think was called just Parasite. Describing a taste is an art form in and of itself. That is so true, Greg. I mean, why particular foods are eaten is because that's what's available in the area, and we evolved in the environment that we were in, so we used the food resources that were available to us in that area. So people were doing the thing that they needed to do to survive, which was eat the resources available at the time. And then over time, it became the traditional foods. So, yeah. Um, oh, I guess I just didn't realize it was not just called Parasite. In which case, yes. And I thought it was kind of weird, but I did like it. Because, yes, he had the parasite in his right hand. And the parasite wanted to take over, like the parasites in general were aliens that would like try to take over the brain, but then there were parasites that didn't make it to the brain, and then they would have these weird relationships with their human host. So I thought that it had some interesting ideas, but I think that it could have definitely gone more in depth with what it explored. I think it very superficially touched on things. So I felt like it had the beginnings of some really cool, interesting ideas. I would have liked to have seen it delve into some of these ideas more. Like questioning what makes us human, questioning what makes you a monster, questioning that can you be an ally or enemy, and that concept of warring and all of that. There was a lot of really good, interesting themes, but I just feel like they could have done more with it. But overall, absolutely, I did like the series. I'm trying to think of like series of anime that I really enjoyed. I really liked Seven Deadly Sins. That one is a interesting story plot. I really enjoyed the character development in that one more than anything else. I liked that they took the archetypes of the seven deadly sins and went non-traditional directions with them, rather than being the more stereotypical presentations of the seven deadly sins. So I really liked that about them. I liked High School for the Dead because it had ridiculous like humor in it, and I liked some of the discussion about like at what price do we survive. Like it kind of explored that idea, like, is surviving enough if we have to give up everything that makes us human? So I liked how it explored that whole idea. But the other half of High School of the Dead is like the boob and body humor that it just killed me. I laughed so hard. I could spend all day laughing my ass off at the physics-defying boobs in High School of the Dead. And it's the adolescent in me, but I found it absolutely hilarious. I've watched some of Blue Exorcist, but I haven't like watched all of it. I'm not even sure why I didn't finish the series. Boink! Hey, Mr. Drew. How you doing tonight? Oh, what were other good anime series? I know that there were others. I really liked Goblin Slayer. That one was really a really good exploration of war, the price of war, the cost of being a soldier. And it really didn't shy away from anything. So yeah, I really liked that one. I'm not sure what other ones I'm terrible at like, oh, Elfin Lod was really good. Water in the face hole. Thank you, Dream. Yeah, Goblin Slayer is definitely very dark. Like, the idea in Goblin Slayer is to explore the cost of war, both socially and personally, how war destroys you as an individual when you choose to become a agent of vengeance, and when you become the soldier, and the price that it takes to be good at being that person. And I think they did a really good job at exploring the reality of the nature of war rather than glamorizing, and they didn't try to make it something that war's not. So it's very dark. I don't recommend that you go into Goblin Slayer if you don't want to see things that are intense to watch. Have I seen Wednesday? No, I have not. And right now, I don't have any of the streaming services accounts. I'm not paying for any of those right now. So it's not likely that I will be watching any of the more recent shows anytime soon. We kind of trimmed down to the bare minimums, and we'll probably be there for a while. So, yeah. I have heard really good things about Wednesday, and it is probably one that I will eventually explore, because I really do like the Addams Family as a group, and over time I've really enjoyed their shows. I've always felt like they were a really good representation of healthy social dynamics, and with non-stereotypical characters. Hey, Super Kai, how you doing tonight? Buffy the Vampire Slayer. Yeah, Greg, I never really got into that one. I watched the movie, and it just really wasn't my thing. I watched the first couple episodes. It really wasn't my thing, but I mean, I'm not like anti either. Alice in Borderlands, I watched the first season and it was really super good. I haven't watched the second season yet. Again, at some point I will probably go and watch the second season. The first season was enjoyable. I think that it's a little bit cerebral, and I think that it's intentionally thematically elusive, but that's part of what I liked about it. Well, you have a good night, Dreams. Thanks for coming and hanging out with us tonight. Yeah, I'm trying to think of like there's definitely more books that I partake of than like movies and series. And most of the time it's like when I'm going to watch something, I'll load up somebody's stream or I'll get on YouTube and I will watch somebody play video games. Or if one of my friends is on, I absolutely love watching and engaging with my friends, while they're playing video games. I find that to be a really nice way to just chill and relax, to like just watch them play, and if I feel the need, throw them a comment here and there. So that's probably my most frequent go-to form of video entertainment. And thank you very much, Inglorious Bug. We really appreciate the support. But yeah, my biggest complaint with more modern film is that they've gotten so focused on the visuals of things. Like, they forgot that they're supposed to tell you a story when you watch a movie. And my favorite classic example of this is Avatar. So you have this beautiful CGI, these really amazing effects. You got this beautiful looking world with these beautiful looking characters, this really amazing visual to behold. And then they feel like, well, we put all this effort into the CGI, so that's it. We don't have to do anything. They like forgot that they're supposed to tell you a story. So they just like superficially tell you the story of Ferngully. They don't like explore. Like, there was so much they could have done with that story. Like the whole captor conversion story is a classic trope. The idea that you get captive, you become a captive of war, and you realize that the people who are your enemy aren't really bad, and then you either sympathize or completely convert to their side. This is a long-standing story trope, but it wasn't even well done. Like, you're watching him, and it doesn't make sense that he would convert to their side. Like, there's no reason for him to do these things, to give up everything that he has. So the characters weren't even really developed well. The characters weren't even believable. The story arc wasn't developed. So it was just this like flat story plot, these flat characters, and then these amazing visuals. The Avatar is the movie that I'm talking about. So, I mean, it's just my favorite example of like why I'm not a big fan of movies, because I think that they're going more and more that direction. And I think The Thing is a really good, another example. Like, you have the original Thing, and the visual effects of it were bad. Like, nobody looked at The Thing in the original, like, I think it came out in the 70s. I'm not positive that one. I think it was late 70s, the original Thing. But nobody looked at the effects in that thing and believed that it was real. Like, it did not look real. But the characters sold it. Like, there was so much tension and so much drama and so much, like, it was such a good movie. It told such a good story about fear and paranoia and the value of humanness, and the idea of sacrifice and containment. Then they did a remake. And the remake has beautiful CGI. And in the remake of the thing, it looks fucking amazing. But then they forgot they're supposed to tell a story. So they're doing all this stupid shit that doesn't make any sense in a survival situation, that these characters would be engaging in anything in a situation that you're trying not to die. Because they forgot they're supposed to tell a story. So they didn't develop the characters, they didn't develop the plot, and all you got was this really realistic looking monster that you couldn't take seriously because the characters weren't behaving appropriately in context of the monster that was being presented to you. It was a failure. It was a complete failure. Hey Smolfy, how you doing tonight? Are you doing the poll? Alright, I can do the poll. That's fine. Let's open this up. New poll. Which is more epic? They got chicken nuggets or chicken sandwich. All right, poll going out. What is the epic food? We must know the truth. I enjoyed Prey, that Predator prequel that came out last year. I haven't watched that one. It is on my my list. I in general enjoy the Predator series. I've really enjoyed the Alien versus Predator novels, not so much the movies. But I do think that the Yante, I'm not really sure, but the alien race, not sure how to say their name, is really interesting culturally, and I think that they fleshed that out much more in the novels, and it's much more dynamic in that context. But yeah, I do think that the prequel is going to be one that I will watch later. Hey Buzz, right now we're just talking about movies, which ones we like, which ones we don't, what we like about them, which ones we don't like, and we're making a vote on which is the most epic food, chicken nuggets or chicken sandwiches. Pose your job, I give predictions to Savant. Okay. I got it done. What do you do as a vegetarian? Oh, you can definitely have nuggies, but I guess they're not chicken. They're, what is the word? Seitan. Usually, if you're having a nuggie that's vegetarian. I mean, you can also have a seitan sandwich too, so there's that. It's much harder to mess up chicken nuggets than chicken sandwiches. I mean, have I seen Glass Onion, the murder mystery? It's really good. It is my favorite movie. No, I haven't even heard of it. And it looks like the chicken nuggets are definitely the winner of the more epic food question. I will say that I am in the chicken nuggets category. If I am presented with the option between the two, I will probably go with chicken nuggets. I still haven't seen any Alien or Predator movie. Ugh. I am a huge Alien universe fan. I am a hardcore Alien fangirl. So I've watched all of the Alien movies. I have read all of the Alien books. I have consumed the comics, played games, board games, video games. I love aliens. So I will be incredibly biased and say you should totally watch the Alien movies. But it is just so good. I love that I like that they put the focus on the human characters rather than the monster in the Alien series. Like a lot of the books, you will go halfway through the novel before the alien really ever appears on scene. And it's usually the last quarter of the novel before the chaos ensues. So most of this novel is an exploration of characters and this exploration of what do you do in a crisis situation. I will say that the Alien versus Predator movies, however, were really bad. Like the books were good, but the aliens, oh my god, bad. I love Alien and Aliens, but then I feel like it goes downhill pretty fast. I don't know, Frolic. I just really liked the whole. I just really liked the whole franchise. I think the biggest thing with Alien is that we have to keep in mind that it is an open license series, and that you're getting multiple writers and you're getting multiple minds that are writing in this universe. So it's going to have a much more disjointed quality to it because it's not being processed through the same writer, editor team, production team, etc. So you don't have anybody who is overall maintaining the continuity of the story. So you just have to accept that continuity is not going to be a thing. And you just got to take each little story nugget kind of in its own right and enjoy it for what that nugget is. And then it can be fun to like extrapolate and kind of see how much continuity there is and how much it disjoints things and all of that. But if you try to think of it in the same way that you think of a series that's written by the same author and in a sequence that goes through the same production team, you're gonna struggle because it doesn't have that maintenance of continuity at all. So, and I think that's what most people struggle with when they approach franchises like Alien. You can't complete Alien Isolation. You hide it appropriately for locker. Oh my god, Alien Isolation is such a great game, and I can totally understand the cowering in lockers. Oh my goodness, the very first time I experienced this game was watching Miss Rush play, and the very first time the alien made itself known. Oh my gosh, oh, I love that game so much. They did such a good job. I mean, it's definitely not for everyone, and it definitely can be really intense, but that self surgery scene in Prometheus Rockstar, yeah, that is a pretty intense scene. You could probably get me to play Alien Isolation on stream. It wouldn't really take much to convince me because it's such an amazing game. Yeah, Sage, I'm not a Harry Potter fan, but there are definitely some books that are just so good that you got to read them multiple times. For me, those are Clive Barker books for the most part, and the Alien series books. I've read all of them like multiple times. I have not seen the new Doom movie. Nope. It's fun. Yeah, there's definitely a different experience when you're watching someone else play Alien Isolation versus when you're playing yourself. Because when you're watching someone else, you can be like a little bit less invested. So it's not as like intense. So you can kind of like remove yourself a little bit to watch. Alien 3 would have been better if they had gone with the original script. There's an audio play of the original script that Audible did a few years ago that was really well done. I mean, I really like both stories for different reasons, but I really wish that the original script for Aliens 3 ended up becoming a movie. Absolutely. I don't think that Aliens 3 is a bad film. I don't think that it's a bad part of the Alien universe, but the script that was originally proposed was by far much better. I just watched the first movie for the first time like 3 years ago, and I was really impressed how good it was, even after all these years. It aged well. Yes, Smolfy. I think the biggest thing that makes a lot of these movies age well is that they weren't focusing so heavily on making everything look real. Instead, what they were focusing on was, you know, making the characters realistic, telling a good story, and making you as a viewer emotionally invested in what you were seeing on the screen. And that's why I feel like a lot of the movies that I really, really love came out mid 70s to mid 80s. And this was an era of filmmaking that they really invested in storytelling. You know, you had Labyrinth, where you had this really interesting story being told. And you had The Dark Crystal. You have, you know, there's so many movies in that time frame that were creature effects and not CGI, and they focused most and first on making sure they were telling a good story and that they were presenting good characters and they were making sure that the viewer was going to be invested. And they're just amazing. And hey, Kermit, how you doing? I was cowering in the starting ship, hiding and stuff. I don't even know that we still needed to drive in the station and that I couldn't get me yet. I will admit it took me 45 minutes to get to the start of the game. I mean, it is so intense when you're playing, like, versus when you're watching someone else play. Like, because you're constantly like, okay, I gotta watch out for this alien. Like, it's so, like... So which is better, books or movies? Well, Sage, I will say that majority of time, I think that reading a book, it has a higher probability of satisfaction. And I don't think that it's because the genre of book storytelling versus the genre of film storytelling is better. It's because I think that right now, the way that people choose to tell stories in film is not the kind of story that I want to invest in. I want stories that have very well-developed characters. I want there to be a reasonably well-developed plot, and I want there to be thematic exploration. So I want a story to be asking questions like, what does it mean to be human? What does it mean to survive? Do the ends justify the means? You know, have a theme that this is exploring. And I think that more modern films have gone away from that and have gotten more into just looking sexy. I mean, yeah, I think that film right now has definitely gotten to where with CGI, they look so good. Like, but what else do they have? I mean, you look at the remake of The Thing, it had so much potential. I mean, absolutely so much potential. And then it just went to this, we're not going to tell the story. We're just going to give you something visually intense. And it totally fell flat because it was hard to believe in the fear of the monster and invest emotionally in the horror of the monster because the characters didn't behave as if it was a horrific situation. They were engaging in activities and conversations that people don't engage in when their lives are on the line. So, yeah. Have I watched Brother, Oh Brother, Where Art Thou? I'm going to say yes because that sounds super familiar, but I can't think what film that is. I saw someone on TikTok or something say modern movies seem like they're just jangling keys in front of your face. You know, Frolic, I think that's a pretty good analogy. And hi, Kiwi Hope. Welcome to the Dazzle. And thank you. I'm glad you like my hat. And hello, Brett. Welcome to the Dazzle. And thank you. I'm glad you like my hat. Oh Brother was George Clooney, a modern take on the Odyssey. God, I feel like I saw this, but now I'm just gonna have to like, because I feel like I'm like, I feel like I saw this. Yeah, this was like the whole like prison movie. Gotcha. And yes, now that I'm seeing some visuals from the movie, yes, I can't say that it was like a groundbreaking movie for me. It was like, it was fun. It was entertaining. It's not like the one that I will ever like watch again, but there's definitely worse movies out there. Lots of music, right? I think some of what I like about books versus movies is that books, in a lot of ways, are what you bring to the book. Like, when you're reading, you get to imagine the characters being whatever you want them to be. You get to imagine the place whatever you want to be. You can think about the context of the book in as much depth or as little depth as you want to invest in it. So you can really like speed read through it and just glaze over it superficially, or you can like really take your time with it and dive deep and really get into all the like guts and metaphors and the like thematic theme, layers and symbolism and all of that shit. Or you can just like enjoy the superficial story. And while with movies it's much more difficult to get as intimate on that level as it is. It's easier to do that with a book, to get that kind of analytical, because a movie just kind of keeps going without you, while a book always goes at your pace. So I kind of like that. But I won't say that overall I think that film or books are better. I'm just not really excited with the direction and trend that current film is taking. I think that they're just going, let's, hypersexualize, gratuitous violence, explosions that are out of context, just to give you the eye candy rather than to give you an actual story. And I just don't need the eye candy. I enjoy movies for relaxing because it doesn't require much of an input for me. Yeah, I mean, if I'm like not looking at being super analytical and resting, then film is definitely an easier, more kind of relaxing state. I mean, there's definitely that. It can be very, it can be a very passive thing, while reading is very rarely passive. I mean, you can listen to audiobooks and kind of take on that level of passivity. What is my favorite movie? Oh, well, my favorite movie is tied probably between the original Alien movie and the original Hellraiser. I love both of them. They're both very, very good. And they're also both older films. So, I mean, there's that. I mean, I definitely have a fondness for older stuff. because the first Alien movie was 1979, and the first Hellraiser was 87, I think. I think it was 1987. I'm not as 100% sure of the date of the first Hellraiser movie. But yeah. And I like both series and both worlds really equal. I'm a fangirl of both because, again, with Hellraiser, I've read the books, I've read the comics. I've gone into all the things. But I think that Clive Barker is an absolute master of storytelling. I think that he's the best author ever. He's my favorite author. I love reading all of his stuff. I like that he creates complicated, flawed characters they just are very realistic. Even the heroes are flawed. And sometimes the heroes are downright despicable. Like, you really just don't like the main character of the story. And he explores a lot of really in-depth things. Like, he looks at, discrimination. He looks at human sexuality. He looks at what it is to be normal, what it is to be an outcast. He looks at the social expectations and defying social norms. And he looks at what's an appropriate boundaries in relationships and social expectations in relationships and what is a healthy relationship. And like, even he looks at environmental responsibility and the things that we are doing in context of that, and just the responsibility of a creator and ownership of other things. If you create it, do you own it? And how much of that ownership gives you responsibility versus privilege. And I mean, just really intense topics. Like, he just dives right into stuff, and I love it so much. And every time I read one of his books, there's just more there. And my favorite novel by him is Imajica, hands down. That is the best of his works. And this is an example of one of the times that the character you're following through the story is hard to like. Like, he makes it clear how this character became this way and like why he is who he is, and you can understand and it makes sense, and like the character is reasonable and has this continuity to them, but they're hard to like. And I really enjoy the story that takes on these complicated angles and these complicated characters. That what happens when you've done something unforgivable, and that's part of what Imajica is asking. Like, what happens when you have done the unforgivable, and how do you redeem yourself? And can you redeem yourself when you have done something that is truly unforgivable? And he gets into like relationship dynamics and all of that. And it's just a really intense conversation. So favorite movie is totally tied for Alien and Hellraiser, and favorite book is probably Imajica. And yeah, just really good storytelling. If you haven't read it, I hands down recommend it. It's so good. It's also one that I would say that you have to read twice. Hey Bert, when you read it the first time, you're going to be primarily focusing on the story, the plot, and understanding how the characters are related to each other and how they're moving through the story, which is all essential to understanding the other things that are going on in the book. So when you read it through the second time, you now understand how all of these pieces are connected, and you're reading it with a completely different context, and you can start looking at things through the lens of the themes that the book is discussing. And it just takes on a depth and complexity that is just amazing. This is a book that you can spend so much time with. So much time with. There's so much social commentary, and it's amazing. It's called Imajica. And it's by Clive Barker. It's in the realm of fantasy. So, and I don't want to like tell too much about like what's happening in this story, because you can't really talk about the plot of the story without really ruining your first experience through it. Because as you are reading through the story, you are discovering the story. You're discovering how the world works, and you're discovering how the characters are connected and why they're connected the way they're connected. So it's one of those books that's kind of hard to talk about without like spoilers all over the place. But yeah, hands down my most favorite book. And I it's one of those books I can't even tell you how many times I've read it, because I really don't know. I've read it that many times. I've listened to it on an audiobook. I've cracked this book open, and there's been times that I'll just like revisit random pages, random parts of the book, or just really my favorite pieces of the book, and like just partly reread sections of it. I just love it that much. Is it based that I don't read anyone purely because is it bad that I don't read anyone purely because I can't be bothered to turn the pages or move my eyes across the page? I'm not that lazy, I promise. So I don't think that the physical act of reading is for everybody. I really struggle with the book reading experience. My brain has a really hard time maintaining focus and staying still for really prolonged periods of time. I have a really hard time like maintaining where I am on the page, blah, blah, blah. There's a lot of reasons that I struggle with a paper book and reading words on a page. I usually consume books with an audiobook. And yes, Appalachia, I would say hands down that the audiobook of Imajica is fabulous. I think in general, I do better with audiobooks. They allow me to put on my headphones and I can sit and crochet, or I can sew, or I can do housework, or I can just vibe in bed if that's where I'm at. And if I get distracted, I can just like rewind it and replay. Like, so I still have that reread the passage option if I zone out. Because you know, my ADHD squirrel brain still gets distracted even when I'm listening to an audiobook, but it happens a lot less. And I get a lot better retention when I'm listening than when I am trying to read it, which is super weird because I find in conversation the opposite is true. Like, I don't know why that is, but I find that when I'm in a conversation that I do better understanding what you're saying if I have a voice to text technology, or you're texting me and I can read what you're saying versus trying to listen to it. And I think some of it is the formulation of the way that we use language in speech versus the formulation of how we use language in written format. In written format, there is a distinct structure to the way that the words present that allow my listening ear to better anticipate and better fill in if I've missed pieces, versus when we are verbally expressing language, we don't follow the same formalities of structure, and we tend to use a lot of colloquialisms, and we tend to use a lot of slang, and we tend to use a lot of referential speech and a lot of sarcasm and all of that generally does not exist in the same way in written format. So yeah, I don't know, I find it really super weird and interesting, and I don't know if other people have that experience or not, but yeah, when I'm reading, I find that I do better listening than reading, like physically seeing the words. But when I'm trying to have a conversation with somebody, I find it easier to see the words than to listen. And I think some of that is also environmental. Like when I am reading, it's usually in my environment and I can control the setting. So I'm also setting up the environment to be ideal for my listening ability. Like I'm going to have headphones that have sound canceling, so I'm not getting a lot of background noise. I'm going to be engaging in something that allows me to better focus, because if I'm just sitting, I'm not focusing as well. Like for whatever reason, my body needs to be moving and needs to be doing something in order to my brain to really be able to focus on information. So I think some of it is just that I am better able to control the environment in which I'm listening in, versus a lot of times with conversations, I don't have the control of the environment that allows me to optimize my ability to listen and pick up information. That's my best theory. I've been looking for some new good books. I just did Nightblade by Ryan Kirk, and I loved it. Oh, I haven't read that. I personally really enjoy the site Goodreads. So it's goodreads.com. And what it allows you to do is it allows you to shelve books in categories. You can put them in categories of like read, and then you can rate like how much you liked that book on a like star system of 1 to 5. You can put it in a want to read. You can write reviews. You can make friends and make recommendations to each other. But what I really like about it is that based on the books that you've shelved under read and how you've rated those books on the starring system, it will make recommendations to you for books that you should, they think that you will like. So if you like read a lot of science fiction and you highly rate a lot of science fiction, it's going to give you like, hey, here's some new science fiction to try. So I've definitely discovered quite a few books this way. And I like that it gives me good excerpts and I can read other people's reviews if I want to beforehand. And it's nice to be able to like talk about books after you've read them with other people. So it has that option too. So yeah, I really like that site. If you're looking for like other books to read, it's a great place to go. And hello, Requested Cat. Welcome to the Dazzle. How are you? I hope that you have a happy, fabulous birthday. That is everything that makes a great day for you. But at this point, I do not sing the happy birthday on my stream. Because unfortunately, if I did it every time I was asked, that's all that we would be doing. And I promise that nobody wants me to have a 4-hour stream of nothing but happy birthday singing. Well, I hope that you enjoy Imajica even like half as much as I did, because it was such a wonderful book for me. I enjoyed it so much. Definitely 5 out of 5 stars. I would give it more if I could on that rating system. It's an amazing book. I love it so much. And I did post my Goodreads link in Discord underneath the books channel. If you want to look at my Goodreads, you can see like what books I've read, you can read the book reviews. I have all of that set to public, so you can like see which books I think are interesting, which ones I didn't like so much. Um, all of those things. Oh my goodness, you guys. Now they're harassing me. They're all lining up to harass me. That's all right. It's all in good fun. And I think that, like, reading, there's this weird debate that I've never really understood. Like, I don't know why this debate even exists, but I frequently see this argument that listening to a book is not really reading. And I'm just like, what? Like, you're consuming the story, you can talk about the story, you know what happened in the book. Why does it matter if somebody read it out loud to you and you listened to it versus if you marched the words in your mind? Like, what? But it puzzles me to no end that there's this debate that frequently comes up. Better with man or woman voice narrator sometimes in books, that helps. Maybe that sounds crazy. I don't know. You know, Appalachia, I think that absolutely the narrator of a book can make or break the audiobook experience. There's absolutely like different qualities of narration, and some narrators are absolutely amazing. Some narrators not so much. Like the narrator that did all of the Ender Game series, I can never remember his name, is absolutely amazing. I love his narration style. I love listening to his voice. I think that he has a good mix of like the amount of emotion he puts into it and how well he articulates all of that. I love that. And I do think that some books are better read in a female voice versus a male voice. So that's always disjointing to me when the main character declares that they are female and it's read in a male voice. It feels weird to me. Or the other way around. If it's a male character read in a female voice, it feels weird. I prefer that the voice matches the gender identification of the character. That's not necessary. I think that you can still get a good narration that the gender doesn't match, but it feels better. It makes for a better experience. Stefan Rudnicki. Thank you, Miss Raj. You always know his name. I can never remember, and you always have it just for me. But what if a man sounds more like a woman than a man? And I'm not sure how to say your name. Banksy. Oh, okay. It's supposed to be an I in it. So Banksy. Okay, I gotcha. Like I said, I'm not saying that it's wrong. I mean, because you're right. There are definitely people out there whose voice, if you're listening to them without being able to visualize them, your brain might associate the tone and sound and quality of their voice with one gender or the other, and could absolutely be wrong. This is definitely likely to happen in the transgender world. This is so possible. And this is why for me it's not a make or break. I just feel like it has a smoother narration experience when they match. Can you see my nails closer? Oh yeah, they're holographic nails. I don't know if you can. I'm trying to make. So they're like silvery blue, and then when the light moves, they get the glittery rainbow going on them. Yeah, my nail artist is amazing. I love her work so much. No, the toes. No. And the toes aren't even painted. And yes, on Instagram, I always try to share pictures of the um, nail polish when I get them done. I get them done every 2 to 3 weeks, depending upon how things are going in life, the universe, and everything. Um, and sometimes we do like sparkly stuff, and sometimes we do little characters. I usually let her do pretty much whatever she wants because I'm always really happy with her artistic efforts. She's a really amazing nail artist. And I also have in my Instagram, every nail post, I link both the business that I go to get my nails done, and I link the nail tech that does them. Even though the majority of people who follow me are not anywhere in my area, but anybody who's interested, that is who I see. You have mermaid nail polish, but I've never tried holographic. Yeah, I didn't even know holographic was a thing until she was like, well, what do you want? And I was just like, oh, I don't know, something colorful, something shiny, something sparkly. And she was like, "Oh, well, why don't we try the holographic one? Why don't I don't think we've done that with you." And I was like, "Holographic?" She goes, "Yeah, let me show you on it and see what you think." And I was just like, "Oh my gosh, that's so cool." So I was totally sold on the like rainbow sparkly effect. It's wicked neat. And those aren't free, right? I don't even think that I'm going to show my toes when being paid. I don't think I'm at that point in life. I don't think that I'm that confident and comfortable with my feet. I'll just keep my feet to myself. Thanks. uh, okay, Danton, we totally know, but this group, all right. We spent one evening talking about what my fans only page would look like if I did one. So, if you bring up a joke, I gotta warn you, I'm likely to run with it because I have a squirrel brain, and even though I know it's a joke, I'm probably gonna run with it. And I might not realize it's a joke. That's the other fair warning. So I might run with it for that reason. Um, so is it only fans or fans only? I can never remember. But there was another stream where somebody introduced me to this site. I hadn't heard of it. And uh, they were like, oh, yes, you gotta have like, you know, an OnlyFans page. And I was just like, what? Adult content. What would you do? And I'm just like, I'm not gonna do adult content. Right, ads. That's it. That's it. We'll make it. We'll make it part of my OnlyFans. Neurodivergent, not understanding a joke. Total story of my life, Banksy. I don't know how many times somebody has had to tell me, "Oh, that was a joke," and I'll be like, "Oh, all right." So we're doing wiggle, 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 wiggle. Thank you, Matthew. Oh, and we're watering the face hole. Thank you, Banksy. I mean, and some of it is just like you feed my brain a little nugget and it just like starts running with things. And some of it is that, yeah, I totally can't always distinguish between like joke and not joke. So I always just like will start going and people will be like, kidding. And I'll be like, oh, what? What is my shirt about? Oh, it's. Let me get it up here. Can you see it? It's my Cthulhu who is like stitching a doll shirt. Cause I love crafting. Haha, love crafting. Yeah. I love this shirt. Thank you, Banksy. This is a crocheted hat. I'm kind of used to it from Smokey. She has Asperger's syndrome, so sometimes she is too literal too. Yeah, I can definitely take things very concrete and very literately. And it's just, I like, sorry, I don't know what my brain. I don't remember where we got this shirt. I want to say Tea Turtle, but I won't swear to that. I know Miss Roach bought it, so he could probably confirm, but I want to say it's a Tea Turtle shirt. They have some of the most amazing shirts. Yeah, Tea Turtle. Oh, okay, there we go. Yeah, they have all kinds of really fun, fun attire, fun clothes. Oh, well, we have got another poll suggested. Should we put the slap gremlin in a box? Nah. Leave him free range. Oh yeah. Box him up. 10 minutes. All right, guys, what are we doing with the slap gremlin? He wants to know whether or not he needs to be in a little cage or whether or not he should be free range. Well, right now it's divided 50-50 there, Slap. Oh. It's leaning towards putting you in a box. Uh-oh. No free range Slap. Little Slap gremlin's gonna get in a box. Okay, and I'm now like envisioning what a slap gremlin would be. Like I've just now envisioned this little gremlin who is running around like jumping up and like goosing people, just giving them a little slap on the butt or like something onto that. He's just a little slap and runs to the next person. Yep. That is totally what just happened in my head about what a slap gremlin would be. A little goose for you. I don't know, guys. Strange things happen in my head. I can't account for it. I can't account for it. Strange things and creatures live in my head. Well, it looks like we're boxing up the slap gremlin. All right, there you go, in your box. Can't or won't what? Blink, blink, blink. I can or won't what? Keep the goblin in check. I mean, really, it's probably a squirrel, but and I think the beaver's doing the best that he can, and most of the time, the beaver keeps the squirrel reasonably tame, but once in a while, the squirrel just does squirrely things and gets away from the beaver, and things happen, and yeah. I think it's definitely more of a squirrel day than a beaver day, but it's not full on squirrel day, so I mean, you know, take that for what it is. So, like, when you guys are consuming stories, like, what kinds of genres? Does it matter, like, whether it's a book or a movie, or do you always like the same genre? Like, if you're playing a game, reading a book, or watching a film, are you always a fan of the same genre, like horror, science fiction, fantasy? Or does it change based on whether or not you are reading a book or playing a video game? I think for me personally, I always lean towards the horror genre and then the like sci-fi fantasy stuff. But I really, really, really enjoy horror. That's probably my favorite genre. Probably. So you choose genre on mood. All right, Smolfy, that's interesting. I mean, I think that there's definitely something to be said for that, for sure. Like, I'm more likely to read if I'm in an analytical, intellectual, dig into things kind of mood, because that's a better outlet for that. So yeah, I think mood definitely plays a piece in it. Hello, Bezo did something wrong. How are you? Have I read Three Body Problem? That sounds familiar, but I don't think I've read it. Three Body Problem. It's the scariest book series that you've ever read? Well, now that is a really good sell right there. Set against the backdrop of China's Cultural Revolution, a secret military project sends signals into space to establish contact with aliens. An alien civilization on the brink of destruction captures the signal and plans to invade Earth. Meanwhile, on Earth, different camps start forming, planning to either welcome the superior beings and help them take them over the world, seen as corrupt, or to fight against the invasion. Interesting. Yeah, so it's definitely sci-fi horror. Sounds interesting. I live my life with the horror of this book set on my mind every day. Like, there's definitely some books that have, like, permanently changed my perspective on life, but I will say most of those books are in the realm of philosophy. My favorite part is that the enemy has no concept of lying. That's interesting. I think that it's always interesting, like, when you're trying to portray a different species, like whether it's in fantasy or science fiction. So in science fiction, when you're trying to portray an alien race, or in fantasy, you're trying to portray like goblins, elves, orcs, etc. You know, the fantasy races. I always find it interesting, like, how many human characteristics do you give them so they're relatable, and how much do you push outside of that, and how do you portray that alienness? Like, yeah, it's like stuff like this, the idea that they can't lie, or what if they don't use language? Like, what? Hey child, how you doing? I'm doing pretty good. How about you? So yeah, I always find it interesting, like how much we just assume that other races or species or aliens or whatever would be inherently humanoid in nature, when statistically speaking, that if they were developing on another planet, that they would probably not be like us. Um, like, so would their morals and their ethics and their social values, would any of that be the same as ours? And how do you portray and characterize individuals of a race that's that different from us? I find that all like an interesting writing challenge. Hello, doggish train. How you doing? Welcome to the Dazzle. I mean, one of my hobbies is that I love to write. So when I'm reading books, that's part of what I'm inevitably doing, is like, so how would I take this on? Like, um, I'm doing good. Thanks for asking. I'm glad to hear that you're doing well. So yeah, I think that it's always interesting when people take on like races that they are really challenging the idea that a species would be inherently humanoid, either physically or um, mentally, whatever. And I think that some of the later Star Trek kind of explores this, where they give you like alien beings that are sentient, that are based entirely on energy, you know, concepts like that. Um, and how would their societies and their values and what they consider ethically right be different if they didn't have a physical form? I don't know. Um, yeah, I find stuff like that to be really interesting. So I find that um, books that explore those ideas are definitely fun. Um, the other races that I think that are really fun in these fantasy and alien species are the species that are inherently parasitic. So, species that require a host in order to survive, to breed, to feed, whatever, to function, that they require a host, that their biology is designed to be dependent on a host. So, it would change your ethical view on the way that you look at other races and species if your biology demanded that you were parasitic by nature. Like, we don't think much of the reality that we kill things in order to eat it, because that's what our biology demands of us. Like, we have to kill other things in order to continue to survive. So whether it's a carrot or a cow, it doesn't matter. Something that is alive has to be killed in order to be consumed so that we don't die. We can't get nutrients from it if it wasn't at one point living. So we don't think anything of that. Like, the ethics of that doesn't offend us in general as a species. So when you think about like a parasitic species, and that's part of what I liked about Parasite, and there is a short story that's about that. Yeah, Smolfy, that's a really good anime, and I think that they could have done more with it. I think they only like superficially touched on the themes that a parasitic race raises, but I did enjoy the series. Like, there is I don't remember the author, but there's a short story that explores this parasitic relationship where the aliens come, they take up shop at Earth, and then they take humans kind of as these like pets, and a favored pet is then used to birth their children. and they treat the humans very well. Like, they make sure the humans have the food they need. They make sure that, they are having good positive experiences, and, they make sure that when their babies are coming out of the human host, that they have pain control and all this. So there's this strange exploration of like, is this okay? And it's definitely a different biological necessity, and it's not something that they decided about their biology. So does that make them less moral because they are dependent on this parasitic biology, versus us, who we are dependent on needing to consume living things? Like, that itself doesn't make us moral or immoral. That's just the nature of our biology. But is there a moral way to consume living things, or an immoral way to do it? And is there a moral way to be a parasite and I think that the book Host also explores this idea of moral versus immoral hosting, of being a parasite and doing it in a moral way, or versus in a subjugating and destroying erasure kind of way. So I think the idea of the whole parasite stuff is interesting. Reminds you of Animorphs. Oh, I'm not sure that I have Animorphs. Oh, that's like a whole series. Science fantasy series, Applegate. Might have to add that one to my list then. And thank you. I'm not sure how to say your name. Size. Thank you, phone. I'm glad that you like my hat. Well, you have a good night there, Doggestrain. And thank you for coming and hanging out with us. In Animorphs, the parasites would take over the higher functioning process, so the host could just kind of take a back seat. Yeah, I think that it's always those ethical debates and questions of like, does your biology dictate your morality? I find it really fascinating science fiction question. Hi, your mom. Welcome to the Dazzle. How are you tonight? And I'm glad that you find it interesting. And hi, Kiwi Cat. Welcome to the Dazzle. Oh, and thank you. I'm glad that you like my hat, and thanks for coming and checking us out after seeing the TikTok. Yeah, so I like books that kind of explore, if we're going to look at other species, I like books that explore species in them not being human. Like, that's the whole point of having another species, right? Is they're not human. Like, what's the point of having a species that's just a human in an elf suit, so to speak? Oh, I'm glad to hear that you're doing well. And I feel like sometimes in fantasy, this happens a lot. You have like orcs and elves and dwarves and like halflings. And for the most part, they're just humans that have cultural differences rather than they have fundamentally racial, biological differences that make them look at the world differently. So, like, how would it be different if the elves were fundamentally connected biologically to the forest, and that killing the plants of the forest meant they died? So that kind of implies that they would inherently become carnivorous. And how would that change their whole relationship with all the other species? What if dwarves were rock consumers and that they looked at humans and elves with disgust because they consumed other living things, and they thought them to be immoral, and they judged them to be vile and of a lower species because they could only exist by destroying other living things? Like, I would like to see races in fantasy that were less human. And I think that that's why I enjoy science fiction aliens more than science fiction races, because to me they just feel like humans in an elf suit. Hello, Aaron. Welcome to the Dazzle. How you doing? And I am not sure what you are trying to ask me. L-E-Z. So I think that's one of the cool things about science fiction. And I think the other thing that I really am I lesbian? No, I am sapiosexual, which is underneath the pansexual umbrella. I also really enjoy science fiction that gets into robots and sentience, which is like the question of like, where do you draw the line between an AI being a computer program and being a sentient being and having autonomy? And what are your and it kind of goes back to that Frankenstein exploration. What are the responsibilities of a creator to something that you created versus what are your rights? Like, just because you created it, do you own it? Do you like have some privilege of dictating to it? I need to eat, study. I'll see you later. Have a blessed night. Well, you have a good night, Mom. Thanks for coming and visiting and hanging out with us. Thank you, Carv. We really appreciate the subscription support. How's it going? We're doing pretty good. We've got a few more minutes here, and then we'll be wrapping things up. But we've had a good night. We've been talking about all kinds of crazy things. Yeah, I really love sci-fi, Aaron. I like the things that they explore. And I think that what sci-fi allows us to do the best of all genres is it allows us to evaluate our current culture with a level of distance and removal so that people don't get as offended with the social criticism. And thank you, Belson Ball. We really appreciate the support. Hello, Ultra Gamer. How you doing tonight? So, like, when you look at science fiction, a lot of times there will be things that are really related to what's currently going on in our society. So you will have social exploration stuff going on where you talk about like the value of religion, or you talk about discrimination, and you talk about like slavery, and you talk about issues of gender, and you can talk about all of these things because they're not talking about specific people and they're not talking about specific cultures that actually exist. And because we're looking at it with the distance and the safety of fiction, it gives us a sense of removal, so we can start to look at and consider our society. And I think Star Trek does this pretty well. I mean, if you think about a lot of the things that Star Trek does, you know, where they went to this planet and they're asked to help, you know, mediate between the two groups on this planet, and one's black-faced and one's white-faced, or the black and white is on the different sides, you know, and it's basically discrimination based on appearance. And this is stuff that in the 60s was like right in midst of everything. So we got Aaron, who is rage quitting, into the box. Boop. So we're going to sing. I get to sing about science fiction. Who knew that was gonna be on my to-do list today? But hey, you just never know what you're gonna do when you wake up in the morning. What sport is Ravens? 'Cause I don't know anything about sports. I can sort of sing. I definitely have the ability to pretend. Oh, it's football. Yeah, we're cheering for football. I don't watch football. Don't know anything about football. But we're cheering for the Ravens. Have a good night, Sage Turtle. Thanks for coming and hanging out with us today. Oh, you're not a fan of football, Denton. Hello, Earthy. Welcome to the Tassel. How are you? I just want y'all to know it's really hard to sing in conversation and not end up just laughing all the time, 'cause it feels really goofy.
Hydrate, you bastard! Hydrate!
Okay, I will drink water in the face. Oh. The Ravens! The Ravens! We're cheering for the Ravens! Oh my goodness. Cause it's hard to keep singing when you're trying not to laugh. I find that the kind of mutually exclusive things for your body to be doing, just so you know. I'm doing good. How about you, Earthy? I'm glad that you love it. It would be unfortunate if you gave us cake and then you didn't love it. That would be sad. It would be so sad. Then what would we do with your cake? Thank you for the support, Stacks. We really appreciate all the support. You are amazing. I don't know anything about football. The only position I know a name for is the quarterback. The quarterback. I think he's the dude that throws the ball. I don't know anything about football. I do not play sports. I used to, as a kid, play softball. But I was pretty bad. Pretty bad. No, I do not watch the Super Bowl. I don't tend to watch sports events at all. I only watch sports if I know a person who's playing in the game. And that's our 5 minutes. Hello, Micah and Delago. Welcome to the Dazzle. But we're actually going to be wrapping up, and we're going to be going to find somebody to raid. I'm glad that you think that it was worth your zebra cakes. It really is super hard for me to like continue to sing like everything I'm saying and not just laugh like a fool, because I find it to be just so funny and goofy. All right, let's go over to the credits page. So as always, thank you for the people who are giving donations. Smolfy, I can't talk. Smolfy, Ella, David, Yamka, and Cuddle Me Spoon. We really, really appreciate the support. Thank you, everybody who has given us fan art. We really appreciate that, and we love seeing art from you guys. If you would like to give us fan art, you can do that by going to the Discord and dropping in the fan art channel. Any art that's dropped there will be included in this slideshow and the credits screen so that other people can see your awesome art endeavors. If you would like to give us support, you can go to buymeacoffee.com/zebra. The link is down in the About page. You can do a one-time donation, or you can do a subscription. It is like Patreon, so if you do a subscription, you get additional perks for that subscription. And thank you very much. It's Meposh for the support. We really appreciate it so much. You guys have been awesome. I also have a link down in the About page to Siri Skulk's page where you can see her art. She is the person who has done all of my overlays and all of the emotes. So if you would like to see her artwork, you can follow the link as well. That's down in the About page. All right, let's see who's on that we can go and raid. Bound to be someone we can harass with Doritos. All right. How about we go visit Rygon and give him some love tonight because he is awesome. He's given our channel a lot of support. So as always, guys, we're gonna toss in 3 or 4 Doritos. So we're gonna bring them snacks. And make sure that you give Rygon all kinds of love because he is amazing. He's been super supportive of our channel. He's been super supportive of the process of me learning how to do this thing that we're doing. And thank you everybody for coming and hanging out with us tonight. Really appreciate that. And we are streaming again tomorrow at the same time. If you would like to come and join us then, we would love to have you. And thank you so much. And yeah, let's go raid Rygon. Bye guys.